So, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I think we'll go on Posadas first, Your Honor.
Jesus Posadas. There we go. All right, so we're on the record. Oh, we've got an interpreter. So, ma'am, I'm going to have you state your first name and last name and spell them both for the record.
Susana Villarreal, SUSANA,
All right, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications. So help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, just let me know if I get going a little fast. And so we're on the record in 24 L2911062. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Jesus Posadas. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jesus Posadas.
And sir, you are Jesus Posadas, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, this is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that the defendant will be pleading guilty to an amended charge of allowing a person to drive in violation of the vehicle code, which is MCL 257326. That is a 0-point non-abstractable misdemeanor. And so it would be 90 days and 135 per the court's fine schedule.
All right. And so if I'll reiterate this, I think this is all on the ticket. All right, so we will amend the fail to display a valid license to allowing a person to drive while unlicensed pursuant to 257.326. It's a 0-point non-abstractable offense. It's punishable by 90 days and or $135. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. And that's a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Posadas, is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
Yes.
All right. We have certain rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'll walk you through those rights, all right? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we put on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be pleading, since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the allowing of persons to drive unlicensed. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the 90-day misdemeanor of allowing a person to drive unlicensed?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, I show this is not $135. It's a misdemeanor, so there's no separate.
It should be, it's 90 or 100, I would think, because it's not a civil infraction, it's a misdemeanor.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah. So it's at least $100. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the affidavit the attached? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to bring your attention back to November 27th, 2024 at East Kalamazoo Street and Foster Avenue in the city of Lansing. Were you did you allow a person to operate a motor vehicle open to the general public at Kalamazoo on Foster Avenue in the city of Lansing on November 27th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you allowed them to operate, you knew they were unlicensed?
Yes.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right. Is there any reason we shouldn't go to, do you want this referred to probation, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lee, you're asking for immediate sentencing then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Posadas comes to America with a valid license from Mexico, but has been working with, and I should say, has been working with an immigration attorney to get his resident status squared away. Unfortunately, that process will take some time, and he has been unable to secure a license just yet. He has made arrangements, and his son is now driving him to and from work and so forth, so that he will not be in violation of the law any further going forward, and ask the court to consider this in sentencing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Posadas, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No.
Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. I will indicate that I'm not ordering any jail time, so 0 jail time. Fines and costs of $50 fine, $50 costs, or $100 fines and costs, $75 crime victims' rights fee, $50 state fee, for a grand total of $225 to the city of Lansing. Mr. Lee, does Mr. Posadas need some time to make that payment?
Mr. Posadas would request 60 days to make payment in full, Your Honor.
So we'll get a date 60 days out.
March 20, I'm sorry, May 20.
May 24th. City of Lansing. $225. All right, so Mr. Posadas, you have till May 24th to make the entire payment to the city of Lansing of $225. That can be paid, that can be made in line on by phone or in person here on the 6th floor. And since we have till May 24th, you can set up your own payment plan. So you can pay some per week, as long as it's all paid by that May 24th date. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2911062, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Posadas, you should be all set. Thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your assistance, ma'am. Okay.
Mr. Lee, if he wants to wait a second, I'll have a question.
Right. And then Mr. Harris, which case is next?
I can go on Thalen and Lusk, Your Honor.
Thalen, Cassandra Thalen. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00333 and the accompanying ticket of 25L2911732. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Cassandra Thalen. The parties, please introduce themselves for the record. Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Thalen, who is joining via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Cassandra Thalen, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Thalen?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today, or would you like to defer to Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, we are waiting on a couple of proofs and updated Secretary of State report. If we could, I think even just adjourn this and keep this on as a pretrial. I don't know if the court has any room next week, or it's gonna have to go until after your surgery, Your Honor.
Yeah, so, Mr. Harris, I think we are either, I don't know what our Monday looks like, the 31st.
I'm certainly fine with whatever works
Okay.
best for the court scheduling.
We are expected to run a jury trial.
All right,
Mr. Staples may get the chance to write on the back if we are back early.
all right. So right now, we don't know how that Monday looks.
Let's just set it out.
Yeah, set it for April 21st,
Um,
or in the vicinity of April 21st. So we'll reset
April 20th.
the pretrial and the accompanying ticket for April 28th at
9:30.
So this will be reset, ma'am, on April 28th at 9:30. You should, is that, let me make sure we've got the good, is that Theron Street address is still a good address for notification, Ms. Thalen?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this will be reset for April 28th at 9:30 in this request for pretrial to see, it sounds like we're waiting some documents. Anything else for the record on 25-00333 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
You're all set, Ms. Thalen. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
You say Lusk?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we can go on the pro per after that. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02583. That is the city of Lansing versus Daniel Lusk. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Daniel Lusk, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Daniel Lusk, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Harris?
I'll defer to Mr. Harris, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, we would be requesting the court set a final pretrial on this while negotiations continue, Your Honor.
So we'll set for final pretrial on
April 21st at
so set for final pretrial on April 21st at 8:30. So, Mr. Lusk, you'll get notification from my court officer. We've set this for final pretrial on April 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02583, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lusk, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Mr. Lusk.
And Mr. Staples, you said there was a pro per.
Yes, Mr. Trevino, Your
All
Honor.
right. Mr. Trevino, you can come up. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25L2916821. That is the city of Lansing versus Jamil Trevino. So the parties please introduce themselves for the record. Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Trevino. Okay, and this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Trevino, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct? You don't have a lawyer today? Okay. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, if I may, just for the record, Mr. Trevino did indicate interest in public defender services, did speak with Mr. Harries and was informed he's previously been, or he has been denied those services. And I did inform Mr. Trevino that I was the prosecution before speaking with him. Mr. Trevino would like to request a adjournment. This is his first appearance. The city would have no objection, Your Honor. It is the understanding that even if he were to obtain a license in that period, he would be offered at that point an impeding traffic civil infraction.
And the reason for the adjournment without objection is Mr. Trevino wants to consider the offer.
No, he's going to try to get a license in that time, Your Honor.
All right, all right. And that's your understanding, Mr. Trevino. You're asking for adjournment in this matter. We'll set it for one pretrial adjournment without objection from the city in order for you to make some compliance to try to get a license.
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. So request for adjournment, and we will. I'm going to put the defendant not represented. Adjournment. Compliance. Then we'll reset the pretrial for
April 28th.
April 28th at 10 o'clock. Right, Mr. Trevino, you should get notice from my court officer for that April 28th at 10 o'clock date. In the meantime, do whatever you can in order to make any measures for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record in 25L291681, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Trevino. Thank you for your
Yes,
hearing.
sir.
I'm gonna identify the phone.
Yep.
On 483 on cell phone 4835. Can you identify yourself?
Lisa Bodell, Office Manager for VMG Properties LLC.
All right. All right. So you're here for the compliance case at 9 o'clock. You are in the right place, ma'am. So stand by, all right?
Okay, yes.
On the iPhone, would you please identify yourself? You're just labeled iPhone on the Zoom. On the iPhone, would you identify? Yeah, what's your name? What's your name, ma'am? On the iPhone?
Joanna Smith.
Joanna Smith. All right, you're here for your 9:30.
Yes.
All right, stand by. You're in the right place. So we'll be calling your case in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Lee, or Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
I believe Mr. Hassan is next, Your Honor.
Okay, Salim Hassan. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03464. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Salim Hassan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee for Salim, Hassan.
And sir, you are Salim Hassan, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today, or would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Your Honor, Mr. Hassan has obtained a valid license at this point, and so the city would be offering an amendment to an impeding traffic civil infraction.
It'd be an amended count 2. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? We'd be amending count 2 for the to the impeding traffic.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is that $130
Impeding.
with a $130 fine? And you'll be accepting responsibility for that civil infraction on behalf of your client?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so we're on the same page. This is for conduct that occurred on November 20th, 2024 at the offense location of eastbound 496 in Clemens in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. And you had accept responsibility on behalf of your client for impeding traffic at that time. Is that correct, Mr. Lee?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. With that comes a $130 fine to the city of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment, Mr. Lee?
He would ask for 30 days, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hassan, you can pay online, in person, or at the counter by April 23rd, 2025. Because it's April 23rd, you can set up your own payment plan as long as it's all paid off by April 23rd. All right, sir?
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Right, and so if you're not able to pay by April 23rd, you'll get caught up in that show cause cycle, and you want to stay out of that cycle.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-03464, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hassan, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
Smith is on,
I have Ms. Smith.
she's going to be for
Hey, just so you know, because Wendy just asked me, so if you have time on Monday, and now I'm going to trespass. Set for trial on Monday. Oh, okay. I should have it this afternoon.
Ms. Smith,
It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, that's fine.
or yes, that does matter to you.
Oh, are you good? You don't need to speak to her.
She's good with the deferred sentencing.
Okay,
All right.
perfect time.
All right, Ms. Smith, are you ready to go on your files?
Yes.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03339 and 24 and 25-00100. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Joanna Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Joanna Smith.
And ma'am, you are Joanna Smith, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Smith?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Your Honor, I believe the intention is to plead to the charges with deferred sentencing being offered. Although I will note that it doesn't appear Ms. Smith has video, so I don't know if the court can proceed with that today.
Yeah, I don't know. Ms. Smith, do you have video today?
I'm not really sure. I don't really know how this works. Was trying to press some buttons and figure it out. I'm sorry, I can't.
But I think probably the best thing to do is to set it for plea. Don't you think that would be?
Sure.
So set it for plea in person, then I can swear Ms. Smith in and she recognizes. So Ms. Smith, I'm gonna set this for plea concerning the deferred sentence. That's the offer right now. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes, I understand.
All right. And so we'll set this for plea.
But she's got her video on now.
Oh, she does have her video on.
Oh, okay.
So Ms. Smith, you've been able to put your video on. Did you want to take the offer today of no ops? A plea is charged to no ops.
Yeah.
And I think the request is for a deferral of sentence concerning this matter so that you can get your is that a fair statement so she can get her operator's license?
It is, Your Honor, and I'm sorry to clarify, it would be on just the 25-00100.
All
We'll
right.
be dismissing the 24 file.
So is that a correct statement, Mr. Lee? It would be a plea that's charged to 25-00100. 24-03339 would be dismissed pursuant to the consultants of the attorneys, and then we would defer Ms. Smith for sentencing.
That is correct.
All right. So Ms. Smith, is that your understanding of the plea offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to, this is a misdemeanor, no ops is a misdemeanor plea. And it's punishable by 90 days under $100. Is that correct? Mr. Lee?
Yes, that is correct. Your Honor.
So, Ms. Smith, you have some rights in this misdemeanor plea, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses are brought against you. You are represented, ma'am, today by Attorney John Lee, and you'd be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you please accept it, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the 90-day and or $100 no ops misdemeanor. Is it still your wish to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the no ops 90-day misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to. Let me find the ticket. January 9th, 2025 at the location of East Saginaw, at or near Clifford in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle? It looks like a 2011 Chevy on East Saginaw on Clifford in the city of Lansing, Ingham County.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And at that time, did you know that you did not have a valid license on your person?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Like,
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, sir.
All right. I find that the factual basis for the not having a proper license, drove a license not valid or improper to be, so that's a little different because I said no ops in possession. Ma'am, Miss Smith, you did not have a valid or improper license at the time you were driving?
no, Your Honor.
All right. And you knew that was an accident. You knew your license was not valid or you did not have a proper license.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I think that covers because I was treating it as a no, like not in possession.
Sure.
And it's written as a little differently. All right. Mr. Staples, we're going to defer the sentence. Was that part of the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
And that's your understanding, Mr. Lee.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So how far out did you want to defer into? We're looking for compliance in this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor, it's my understanding she's working on paying some matters, so I guess I would defer to Mr. Lee on how long he thinks that'll take.
All right.
I think if we requested 90 days,
All right.
that should get us.
So we'll defer sentence to 90 days, which would be
June 23rd.
June 23rd, 2025. At what time? 1:30? All right. All right, so Ms. Smith, we'll defer sentence to June 23rd at 1:30. So make sure that Mr. Lee has any compliance measures or anything you're able to get concerning your license, so you can forward it to Mr. Staples or the city attorney concerning this matter. And we've set this for June 23rd at 1:30, and that would be, is that 5 Point Highway still a good address for you, ma'am?
That's where my mama stay. I got my own crib now with.
All right, so let's update your address for the court file to make sure that you get proper notice. What's a
Okay.
good address for you for notification?
Like through like where I live now.
Yeah, so you'll receive notification where we send it, so that's the address I would think that you live now.
Okay, it's 2931
2931.
Kenwick Circle, apartment 8.
So Penwick, and then what comes after Penwick?
No, it's Kenwick with a K, sir.
Okay,
Kenwick.
thank you. Kenwick, 2931 Kenwick.
Circle, apartment 8.
Apartment 8, Lansing, Michigan.
Yes, sir.
And what's the zip code there?
48912.
All right, so we'll send the notice for the June 23rd date to 2931 Kenwick Circle, apartment 8, Lansing, Michigan, 48912. Anything else for the record in 2500100 or the accompanying 2403339, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. Smith, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
On the Samsung cell phone, I just let you in the courtroom. Would you please identify yourself?
James Vancraft.
So James Vandegrift?
That is my client, Your Honor.
All right. You're here for your 10 o'clock, sir?
Yes.
All right. Your public defender's here. You're in the right place, so stand by, okay?
That wasn't the Samsung phone, Judge, just so you know.
Oh, who was that? James Vandergrift.
Yeah,
On the Samsung, so do you know who the Samsung is?
No.
On the Samsung, you'll have to unmute. The Samsung SMGZ81V, you'll have to unmute and indicate who you are. You still have to unmute. No, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. All right, is that proper or?
Yeah, if we could go on Ms. Blackwell, she has a doctor's appointment to get to.
Shelley Blackwell. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00507. That is the City of Lansing versus Shelley Blackwell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ma'am, you are Shelley Blackwell, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, if we could reset this, I believe this is a first appearance. I think there may be some proofs coming from the defendant that I would like a chance to review. We could set it for another pretrial or for a final pretrial, probably after the 21st.
Yeah, let's set it for, all right, Ms. Blackwell, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, let's set it for final pretrial, but since we know it's going to be at least 3 or 4 weeks, I think we're using the 28th date right now.
Final pretrial, I have slots left on the 21st.
All right, so we'll set for final pretrial, understanding that this is the first request. And we'll set it for
April 21st at 8:30.
April 21st at 8:30. At 8:30. Ms. Blackwell, there appears to be some outstanding discovery, so make sure that Mr. Staples has provided that. We've reset it. We've set it for final pretrial on April 21st, 2025, to keep it moving, and with the understanding that right now it's either next week or April 21st. So we'll use the April 21st date. Anything else for the record in 25-00507, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Blackwell, you'll get notice from my court officer for April 21st at 8:30. All right, ma'am?
Thank you.
You should be all set.
Well, I really appreciate you, sir.
On the Samsung, sir, could you identify yourself? You're unmuted now.
Okay,
Sir or ma'am?
Jody,
Okay, what's your name?
Jody Urdialis.
Jody, you're Dallas?
What was the
Yes.
first one?
James White.
White.
Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. So Mr. Urdalis, we've got you. You're in the right place. You're set for 10 o'clock. I'll call your case in a few minutes or have you speak to the public defender. All right, sir?
ma'am, but yeah.
Oh, it's a ma'am. Sorry. All right. Mr. Staples and Mr. Harris, how are we proceeding today?
I believe we are prepared on James White, Your Honor.
James White. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00184 and the accompanying ticket of 25L29-19671. That is the City of Lansing versus James White. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. White, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are James White, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, Mr. White has obtained a valid license, so the city would be dismissing the 25-00184 count and then amending the accompanying speeding ticket to an impeding traffic offense.
That is correct, Your Honor, and Mr. White has indicated that he would be accepting that offer.
And the impeding traffic is a civil infraction with a fine of $130. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you'll be admitting responsibility to the civil infraction on behalf of your client, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then
It's 135.
135. All right. All right, so this is for, we're amending for the count one of the ticket, which is a speeding ticket, to impeding traffic. It comes with a $135 fine. So we're working from the same ticket. This is for activity which occurred on January 16, 2025 at the offense location of East Grand River Avenue at or near Marshall Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. And Mr. Harris, you admit responsibility on behalf of Mr. White for impeding traffic on that date. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $135 fine to the city of Lansing. It appears that Mr. White has made compliance, so the driving while license suspended will be dismissed as part of the agreement. And does Mr. White need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor. My client has requested 60 days to make that payment.
May 23rd. All right, so Mr. White, you have 60 days to make that $135 payment to the city of Lansing. It should be all that you'll have till May 23rd to make that payment. That payment can be made online, in person, or by phone. And you'll receive some documentation concerning payment. That payment, if you don't make the payment by May 23rd, you'll get caught up in that show cause cycle. You want to stay out of that.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else for the record in 25L2919671 or the accompanying file of 25-00184, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Now from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. White. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you,
today.
sir.
Okay.
David. David, I don't know what I did.
What?
I had to unmute it, but then it did this. I don't know. I had to unmute it, and then it did this.
No.
Miss Yurdaus, you are not muted at this time. There you go.
Secretary of State.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21011822 and 18L2020043. That is the City of Lansing versus Kenesha Reynolds. The parties please introduce themselves for the record. Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kenesha Reynolds.
Ma'am, you are Kenesha Reynolds, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Your Honor, the parties would be asking for, again, a very brief adjournment. It would appear Ms. Reynolds went and got her permit perhaps just later in the day than we pulled our Secretary of State report. So we do need to pull that to confirm. I will put on the record, Your Honor, given the age of these files and prior failures to appear, that should Ms. Reynolds fail to appear for any future court appearances, there will be no offers on either file.
All right, all right. And is that your understanding, Mr. Lee? We're going to request an adjournment in order to confirm some compliance measures that have taken place.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We've got one, I think we've got 1 week. I don't know what. So 1 week or 3 weeks, we'll do it a 1 week.
1 week, I think, should be fine, Your
All
Honor.
right. So we'll adjourn to
March 31st.
March 31st at 10. All right, we'll adjourn to March 31st at 10 o'clock for the adjournment of the pretrial. Ms. Reynolds, you'll get notice from my court officer for the March 31st date at 10 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 21011822 or 18L2020043, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Reynolds, you should all set. We'll see you on that March 31st date at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
There's, yeah, go for it.
Does Mr. Are you meeting with Mr. Chapman or are you?
I'm going to meet with Mr.
Okay.
Williams and Mr. Chapman.
All right, Williams and Chapman. And then, Mr. Staples, did you have any propers now, or did you have to?
Checking on who this is, Your Honor. What is your name?
All right, Kim.
Kemp?
Right, Kemp, you're here at 10 o'clock
And
and I proper, I think.
yeah, I have that you're proper. I want to just confirm you don't wish to speak with the public defender's office. Okay. Just 1 second, wait for your file.
No jury trial.
And Matt just told me ours are trespassing.
Yeah, I kind of heard that. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00822. That is the City of Lansing versus Mariah Kemp. The parties please introduce themselves for the record. Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And ma'am, you are Mariah Kemp, is that correct? All right, and Ms. Kemp, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct? All right. This is a time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I did speak with Ms. Kemp briefly just now. She has not been able to obtain a license. I did offer a deferred sentence to obtain a license. I guess the other option is if you just don't intend to obtain a license at all, you could just plead guilty and be sentenced today. But those are the two offers the city has made. I guess one really isn't an offer.
Right. Ms. Kemp, do you have the offer in this case is we have a couple fail to appears here. It's my understanding that the offer is to plead as charged with a deferred sentence to allow some time for you to make the license well, or to plead as charged. I mean, those are the two. Those are the two offers. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Kemp, how would you like to proceed today?
Just gonna get my license, I guess.
All right, but so the offer is to plead as charged, and then we defer the sentencing so you can get your license.
Yeah, but how long do you think, if I don't want to get my license, how long would you put me in jail, basically?
But I don't know the criminal history. I don't, so I can tell you what I usually do in these situations, but I don't know what your criminal history is, so I'm not able to enter a cops agreement.
I will say this, Your Honor, there would be no request for jail time. I mean, the city would be more than happy to treat this as your standard fines and costs.
All right.
Sentencing.
So it'd most likely it'd be a plea to the misdemeanor with I would not be seeking any, we would not be seeking any jail time in this matter.
I'd rather do that.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So with that understanding, Ms. Kemp, I'm going to walk you through, you have certain rights in this matter. I'm going to walk you through those jury trial rights that you might have. This is on a ticket for no license never applied ticket, which is punishable by 90 days under $100, I believe. All right. You have the following jury trial rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to questioning witnesses that are brought against you. You are self-appointed, self-represented today. You do not have a counsel with you. Is that correct, ma'am?
Right.
All right. You have the court ordering, you could have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the no license never applied misdemeanor. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the no license never applied misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back. Right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to March 25th, 2022, at the offense location of Pleasant Grove Road at or near Rio Road in the city of Lansing, state of Michigan, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Pleasant Grove Road near Rio Road on March 25th, 2022? And at that time, you did not have a license, is that correct? You had not applied for a license and you had no license. And that wasn't by accident. You knew you were operating without a valid license. Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And no objection to immediate sentencing, is that correct? Mr. Staples?
No, sorry, Your Honor.
All right, allocution, Mr. Staples, or anything the city would like the court to consider?
No, Your Honor. The city would rely on the judgment of the court.
All right. Ms. Kemp, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence? All right. I find this to be a license never applied case. I'm going to indicate that there'll be 0 days in jail, as kind of indicated that we previously indicated. There's a fine of fines and costs, so $50 fine, $50 costs for $100. Crime victims' rights fee of $75 and state fee of $50 for a grand total of that's $225. Do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing for the $225, Ms. Kemp?
Yes.
Okay. About how much time do you need?
To be safe, 60 days.
Okay, so we'll set it for 60 days for the $225 to the city of Lansing. What date?
May 23rd.
May 23rd. So you've received some documentation concerning payment to the city of Lansing. All of it must be paid by May 23rd, 2025. That'll keep you out of the show cause cycle.
Okay.
But if you can set up your own payment plan up until May 25th, right?
23rd.
May 23rd. You can set up your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by May 23rd. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2200822, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Kemp, do you have any questions? You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Harvey? Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, all right.
Wait, so did you want to go on Harvey?
Yes, we're ready on Harvey and Vandergrift, Your Honor.
Let's call Harvey and then we'll call Vandergrift. Let's see. Andrew Harvey. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2500495. That is People of the City of Lansing versus Andrew Harvey. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Harvey, who's appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Andrew Harvey, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the defendant would wish to plead guilty as charged with a request for immediate sentencing.
That is correct, Your Honor. I've spoken with my client and he indicated that he is wishing to plead and request the court go to immediate sentence.
All right. And the city has no objection to immediate sentencing in this matter?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So it is allowing a suspended or revoked or unlicensed person to operate. It's a 90-day misdemeanor and a $100 fine.
Yes, Your Honor, 0 points, non-abstracting, I believe.
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Harvey, you understand you have the following trial rights, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses to appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to allowing a suspended or revoked or unlicensed person to operate. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead to the misdemeanor count?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention, sir, back to February 15th, 2025 at the offense location of Grand River at or near Howard in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, where did you allow a person that you knew was suspended, revoked, or unlicensed to operate a motor vehicle at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you didn't do so by accident. You knew that they were suspended and you allowed them to operate. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
All right. All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Now from the defense, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we'll go immediately to sentencing without objection. Mr. Staples, any comment on file 2500495 from the city?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harry's allocution.
Yes, Your Honor. My client indicates that on this case, he did what he claimed to do. We would be requiring. He's trying to make this right. He recently has started a good job and is trying to turn his life around so that a mistake like this doesn't happen again. We would simply request the court order fines and costs. And my client has indicated he can pay the fines and costs today, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harvey, is there anything you'd like to say at the court before the court passes sentence?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. The court will issue a 0 days county jail, a $50 fine and a $50 cost, crime victims' rights fee of $75 and state fee of $50 for the grand total of $225 to the city of Lansing. And my understanding, Mr. Harris, is your client said he could play that today. We'll give him to the end of the week just to be safe.
Your Honor.
All right. So that'll be payable to the city of Lansing, the $225 by March 28th. That can be paid in line by phone or in person to the city of Lansing by March 28th. $225. And then this, most likely, this is a misdemeanor plea, so it'll be abstracted as a misdemeanor. Anything else for the record in docket 2500495? Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing in defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Harvey, do you have any questions of me?
No, sir. Is it gonna be ready to get paid for today?
All right, perfect. All right, you should be all set, Mr. Harvey. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
And then do we have Mr. Vandergrift?
Yes, I believe he should be on Zoom, Your Honor.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 20-03015. That is people of the state of Michigan versus James Vandergrift. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Van Griff, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are James Vandergrift, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Vandergrift?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding there would be a request for an adjournment so that Mr. Vandergrift can pursue getting an assessment in this matter.
That is correct, Your Honor. My client has indicated he is scheduling that appointment, and so we would request some time for him to get that assessment done.
All right. So reset for pretrial and assessment to be complete. And I know we've been going after April 21st.
April 28th at 10.
So we'll set it for April 28th at 10 o'clock for adjourned pretrial. So Mr. Vandergrift, you will receive notice at our last known address for you is on Myrtle Street. Is that still a good address for you, sir?
Yes, correct.
Anything else for the record in docket 20-03015, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing in defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Vandergrift, you'll get notice sent to your last known address as indicated, and we'll see you on April 28th at 10 o'clock. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And did you want to meet with, or
I
Mr.?
think we've got these last two gentlemen
Okay.
here
Yes.
in person. Okay, so.
All right, Mr. Lee, what cases are we ready on?
How about Richard Williams?
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L29012232. That is the city of Lansing versus Richard Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Richard Williams.
And sir, you are Richard Williams, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that the defendant will be pleading guilty as charged and the city would have no objection to immediate sentencing.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So this is a misdemeanor plea. I think it's on a ticket, but I can't remember. All right, so it's punishable by 90 days and or $100. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
I believe failure to display is 200 per the court's
200.
fine schedule, Your Honor. Fees and costs.
Okay. 90 days and or $200. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand, Mr. Williams, that you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea as a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the 90-day misdemeanor failed to display a valid license on the date and time that we're talking about. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty as charged to the fail to display a valid license?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to bring your attention back to November 18th, 2024 at the offense location of South Pennsylvania Avenue at or near Edison in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, where you were operating a motor vehicle open to the general public on Pennsylvania and Edison Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you know that you did or did you not have a valid license, or were you not able to display a valid license to law enforcement when you were stopped?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that wasn't by accident. You were not able to display a license at the time.
Correct.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis being knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Any objection concerning going to immediate sentencing, Mr. Staples? And do you have anything that you'd like the court to know about the file at immediate sentencing?
No objection, no elocution, Your Honor.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Williams has been cooperative in this matter and is in fact pleading guilty as charged. He asked the court to consider the fact that he does live on a fixed income and asked the court to consider waiving any discretionary fines or costs.
All right. Thank you. So I will. Mr. Williams, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No, sir.
All right. Based on the guilty plea to the fail to display a valid license, I'm going to issue 0 days in jail, fine of $50, cost of $50, crime victims' rights fee is waived, state minimum court cost fee is waived. So it'll be $100 to the city of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment, Mr. Lee?
60 days, Your Honor.
60 days, all right. 60 days to the city of Lansing for $100. What date is that?
May 23rd.
May 28th?
23rd.
May 23rd. All right, May 23rd. So, Mr. Williams, you have till May 23rd to pay $100 to the city of Lansing. You'll get notice you'll get some paperwork from my court officer. That can be paid online, in person, or at the window, at the teller window. If you pay that $100 by May 23rd, you'll stay out of the show cause cycle that you don't want to get into. So it'll be $100 to the city of Lansing by May 23rd. Anything else for the record in 24L2901232, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
And Mr. Lee, did you have another file?
Yes, Your Honor, we have Mr. Marvin Chapman.
Okay, I think we're gonna need to speak to the people on Zoom before we can do that. They've been waiting way longer. Yeah.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-00536, 25L2916801, and 25L2916802. That is the city of Lansing versus Marvin Chapman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Pat Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Marvin Lewis Chapman.
And sir, you are Marvin Chapman, is that correct?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. The city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Oh, Your Honor, I will defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chapman reports that he has been working with legal aid in Ypsilanti in regard to getting his license restored. That will impact the negotiations on this case, Your Honor. So we're asking for an adjournment to allow him time to continue to work with legal aid to get his license restored.
All right. Any objection to the adjournment of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll grant the adjournment for compliance purposes. And we'll reset probably after the 21st, I would think.
May 28th at 10.
April 28th?
Yes, April 28th, I'm sorry.
April 28th at 10 o'clock. I do it all the time. So we will reset 25-00536, the accompanying ticket of 25L2916801. And the accompanying ticket of 25L2916802 to April 28th at 10 o'clock. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00536 for the two accompanying tickets, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Chapman, you should be all set. You'll get notice from my court officer. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think we got to do some on Zoom.
I think you got
For a
one.
long time, so it was like a plan.
All right, so you want to do some Zoom?
Yeah, they've been waiting quite a while.
All right, so if you're on Zoom, we're gonna place you in, you should get a prompt to meet your public defender or the assistant city attorney. And then we'll start calling your case. Mr. Lee, did you want to meet? I don't know if you know who's on.
I have her in Dallas, so we've already met, so we're ready to go. And I don't know if there's anybody else.
Okay, you're Dallas. Mr. Staples, who did you want to meet?
Can we start with VMG? Anyone who's here related to that?
All right.
Code officer.
All right, so VNG property manager, Lisa, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room. You'll get a prompt to go to room 3. And under the moniker of Dazzy Code, are you here on the VMG case?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna place you in room 3.
Sounds good.
And then when Mr. Staples joins us, we can go to put that on room 3.
Okay.
I'm ready for whoever's next for unrepresented, I guess.
Mr. Giles and Mr. Walton, if you guys could join those breakout rooms, the city attorney would like to speak with you guys.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Giles.
The breakout room I'm joining, there's nobody in.
Yeah, the city attorney is speaking with Mr. Walton first, and then he should be back to speak with you, okay?
Okay.
Megan, or is anyone in the courtroom? Mr. Giles would like to speak to someone from the public defender's office. He said he never got a response. So I don't know if you want to just talk to him real quick.
Maybe I'm more towards the,
All right, Mr. Staples, which case are we proceeding on?
I guess let's take care of VMG properties first so I can let our code officer go.
All right, let's see. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400045551. That is City of Lansing versus LLC VMG Properties. It's a code compliance case. Mr. Staples, appearance for the record.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
All right. And is there a representative of VMG Properties here?
yes, Lisa Bodell,
All right.
office manager.
All right. And what's your last name, ma'am?
Bodell, Bodell.
Thank you. And you can hear me all right, Miss Odell?
Yes,
All right. This is time set for a code compliance hearing. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this was set for a hearing. There's a couple of issues here. The biggest one being that neither a principal or an attorney is here for the LLC, which makes it difficult to proceed, frankly. This has been reset, I think, for over a year at this point. And it has been reset so long because they have been trying to evict the tenant. It is my understanding from prior conversations with the owner who has been here previously that they don't actually contest the nature of the violations. They have been working to evict the individual so that they have a legal remedy to remove the violative property.
Right.
At this point, Your Honor, I understand this is a slightly abnormal request but I would request a default judgment with compliance to be submitted under the 7-day rule. That would give the principal a chance to respond. But given the delay and the ongoing nature of this violation, and I think kind of quasi junkyard that's in existence at the property, that is what the people would request at this point.
All right, Ms. Bodell, on behalf of VMG Properties.
Yes.
So the subject matter, I'm looking at the ticket for June 13th, is a removal of the structure was the initial compliance.
I believe, Bryce, you're on the line, correct? Mr. Dossi?
Yes, I am.
I believe the structure is less the issue at this point. It's the junk vehicles and the other accumulation of stuff on the property.
Yep, that is correct.
So it would not be as to the removal of
All
a
right.
structure, Your Honor, just
right.
to abate the nuisance vehicles and debris on the property.
All right, and from LLC, from VMG Properties, you're not able to get on the property. You have a tenant on the property, is that correct?
Yes, I was, Ray, the owner, told me this morning that he's going to be moving in 6 weeks.
6 weeks. All right, so even then, I don't know if they'll be in compliance. They're out of compliance.
Could be with, if he's gonna move in 6 weeks, we're looking at another potentially 2 months before they may be in, and this is, as I said, Your Honor, if this were a ticket that were written even 6 months ago,
Right.
there may be some more willingness on that. And the city understands that eviction and such can take time. That's why we've been so patient. But at some point, this does need to be remedied. And to be fair, the owner would retain his civil remedies against his tenant. This would do nothing to prevent him from seeking indemnification or whatnot for any costs that may be associated. We're just at the point where this is a situation that needs to be remedied, Your Honor.
All right, so we won't have a hearing date. Ms. Bodell, you're not contesting that it is that the complaint as indicated is still valid. You're indicating that that the tenant is responsible for the complaint, but it's still in your name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All right, I'll grant the default requested by the city. It sounds like the city has been working with the complainant in regards to this. And you'll follow that up with an order, Mr. Staples?
Correct, Your Honor. And that'll be submitted under the 7-day rule.
All right, so I'm going to find that the BMG Properties is in default to the code compliance. It sounds like they've been talking to the city. There's a tendency in the matter that they have been working on. But this has been going on since, I think the initial summons is in June 13th, but the ticket is written in June 13th. And then we'll allow the city to work with VMG Properties concerning any type of order. And it'll be followed up under the 7-day rule. Anything else for the record in 2400045551, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Bodell, do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today, everybody.
Thank you.
Malik Giles. All right, Mr. Giles, we'll call your case. So you can unmute. We're on the record in docket 2500509. That is people of the state of Michigan, or people of the city of Lansing versus Malik Giles. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Staples?
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Malik Giles, is that correct?
It's Malik Giles.
Malik Giles, thank you. And you are not represented by counsel today, Mr. Giles?
No, sir. No,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
And you can hear me all right, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Staples, this is time for a City of Lansing pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city is willing to offer Mr. Giles an amended charge of a breach of the peace civil infraction, which carries a $150 fine, and he has indicated he would be willing to accept that.
All right. So we will amend the ticket. I think this comes on a ticket.
I think this is a complaint in one,
It
Your
is.
Honor.
So we'll amend count 1 to breach of the peace. That is $150 civil infraction, is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Giles, that's your understanding. You'll be admitting responsibility to the breach of the peace civil infraction, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So I'll bring your attention back to August 29th, 2024, at the fence location of Everett High School, 3900 Stabler Street, in the city of Lansing, state of Michigan, Ingham County. Do you admit responsibility to being in breach of the peace on that date and time?
In breach of peace, is that like invading like an officer's arrest?
Yeah, it could be. You just tell me. Yeah, it's a civil infraction, so it's like a speeding ticket. So you just be admitting responsibility to being in breach of the peace, which is being offered in lieu of count 1, which is the R&O of a police officer.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I find that Mr. Giles has admitted to the civil infraction of breach in the breach of peace. It comes with a $150 fine to the city of Lansing. And Mr. Giles, do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor. Is it okay if I request 60 days?
Yes. So it'll be $150 to the city of Lansing. And we'll set out a date of 60 days for
May 23rd.
May 23rd May 23rd. So it'll be $150 to the city of Lansing to be paid on or before May 23rd, 2025 to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or at the counter. And if you pay before the May 23rd date, that'll keep you out of the show cause cycle. Okay, Mr. Giles?
Okay.
So it's $150 to the city of Lansing by May 23rd. Anything else for the record in 2500509, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Giles, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Appreciate it. Last question. Does this stay on my record at all?
It'll be like a speeding ticket. So it won't be a misdemeanor. It'll be a civil infraction. It won't be any driving offense. So I don't think it would stay on your record. It would be a civil infraction to breach of the peace.
Okay.
All right. Just make sure you get the payment in for $150 because you don't want it to go to show cause. All right, sir?
All right.
All right. You're all set. That's Mr. Giles. And where are we at next, Mr. Staples?
We can do Mr. Tavon Walton, Your Honor.
So we're on the record in docket 2500512. that is the City of Lansing versus Tavion Walton. Mr. Walton, you can unmute.
I'm here.
Thank you. This is the time set for the City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples' appearance for the record.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Tavion Walton, is that correct?
Hey, Vaughn.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Walton?
Yeah, I can hear you all right.
All right. This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Walton will be accepting responsibility to a breach of the peace civil infraction.
All right. So we will amend count 1 to the breach of peace civil infraction. And that civil infraction comes with a $150 fine. Mr. Walton, is that a fair statement? You'll be admitting responsibility to the amended count 1 of breach of peace. It's a civil infraction of $150. Is that a fair statement, sir?
Yes.
All right. And that's a correct indication of the plea agreement, Mr. Staples.
It is, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention, Mr. Walton, to August 29th, 2024 at Everett High School, 3900 Stabler Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Do you admit responsibility to being in breach of the peace on August 29th, 2024 in the city of Lansing, Ingham County? Do you admit responsibility to that civil infraction, sir?
Yes.
All right. So that comes with a $150 fine. Do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, that $150 fine?
Yes.
How much time do you need?
Probably just a month.
All right. So we'll set it out for 30 days to the city of Lansing for the $150 fine. And that'll be April 23rd. So you'll have till April 23rd to pay that $150 fine to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, by phone, or in person at the counter for $150 by April 23rd. If it's not paid by April 23rd, you'll receive a show cause and an arrest on that, and you want to stay out of that cycle. All right, Mr. Walton?
All right.
All right. So $150 to the city of Lansing by April 23rd. Anything else for the record in 2500512, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Walton, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Who is next, Mr. That might be the pro pers.
Yeah, I think we're up. Just whatever the public defender has left, Your Honor.
All right.
I've got Hart and Grimes.
Hart and Grimes.
Yep. I don't know who had Mr. Tangway up here.
30 Alice is really good. All right, well, I suppose we'll start with Hart.
Hart
on the list.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in 2 tickets or 2 files with that are tickets. 25 L2928342 and 25 L2928341. That is the city of Lansing versus Jaquan Hart. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Hart, who's joining via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Jaquan Hart, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Hart?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Hart has acquired a valid license, so the city would be dismissing the expired license portion and then amending the traffic signal violation to an impeding traffic.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, it is, Your Honor, and my client has indicated he is willing to accept that offer.
Okay, impeding traffic. It's a civil infraction, so we'll amend. Let's count one. To the civil infraction. What's the fine on that? 130?
It'd be 135, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, 135.
And then the expired license is dismissed without prejudice for compliance. All right, and Mr. Carries, you'll be admitting responsibility for the impeding traffic on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So this is for, so we're working from the same ticket for conduct that occurred on February 19th, 2025 at South Cedar and East Jolly in the city of Lansing. You admit responsibility for your client being responsible for impeding traffic on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $135 fine. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Harris?
Yes, my client has requested about 30 days to get that paid.
30 days to city of Lansing. That's April 23rd. So we have set the payment to the city of Lansing for $135 to April 23rd. Should be paid on or before April 23rd to avoid any type of show cause or warrant to be issued for your arrest. That can be paid online, in person, or at the counter, the $135. And file 25L292A342, the expired license is dismissed for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record on either of these tickets, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hart, you're all set. You should pay, you have 30 days to pay the city of Lansing $135, right, sir?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, you said some
Grimes, I believe.
Grimes?
Yes,
Micah?
Grimes. This Grimes is over Zoom as well.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00647. That is the city of Lansing versus Micah Grimes. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Miss Grimes, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Micah Grimes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Miss Grimes?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pre-trial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Ms. Grimes will be accepting responsibility for an amended charge of a breach of the peace civil infraction.
That is correct, Your Honor. My client wishes to accept the offer of the breach of the peace civil infraction.
Okay, so we'll amend count one of ticket to being a civil infraction of a breach of the peace that comes with a $150 fine. And Mr. Harris, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client for the civil infraction.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Harris, so we're working from the same ticket. This is for conduct that occurred on February 27th, 2025 at the location of 416 West Genesee at or near Walnut in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. It is my understanding that you're accepting responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace on that date. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $150 fine. And does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, she has requested about 60 days to get that payment done, Your Honor.
So 60 days to pay city of Lansing.
May 23rd.
$150 fine. All right, so Ms. Grimes, you have till May 23rd to pay the city of Lansing the $150 fine for the breach of the peace. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone. It can be paid at the counter. And if you pay before May 23rd, you'll stay out of the show cause cycle. If you're after May 23rd, you could be looking at a show cause cycle or a potential bench warrant. Anything else for the record in 2500647, Mr. Grimes? Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Grimes, you're all set. You have till May 23rd to make that $150 payment. All right, ma'am?
Thank you.
You're all
Thank
set. I think Mr. Lee had Mr. Uridalis.
Yep.
So did you want to go on Mr. Uridalis, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Uridalis, we'll call your case. You can unmute. Jody Uridalis, ma'am, you can unmute. Jody, Uridalis, you can unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. There we go.
Perfect. All right. So we're on the record in docket 25L2925701 and 702. That is the city of Lansing versus Jody Uridalis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jody Ann Uridalis.
And Ms. Uridalis, you'll have to put the camera on yourself.
Okay, is that it?
Right. Ma'am,
Okay.
you are Jody Uridalis, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Uridalis is going to enter a deferred sentence today, Your Honor, so she will plead guilty to fail to display a valid license. She is currently in the process of working towards getting her license back and has some things that are in process to make that happen. So we're looking at a guilty plea today with a deferred sentencing date 90 days out.
All right. And then as to the speeding ticket, how is the city proceeding on the speeding ticket?
We'll dismiss the speeding ticket, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Uridalis, that's your understanding. You'll be pleading guilty to the charge with a deferred sentence concerning this matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of their advice of rights on the fail to display ops? I believe that's a misdemeanor, 90 days and or $100.
It's $200. Your Honor.
$200. So the misdemeanor is 90 days and or $200. May I inquire of your client of their advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Uridalis, this is a misdemeanor plea, and you'll be waiving certain jury trial rights, and I'm gonna walk you through those jury trial rights. All right, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state, the people of the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we put on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the fail to display a valid ops 90-day misdemeanor and or $200. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the 90-day misdemeanor?
Yes,
All right. I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
yes.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to bring your attention back to, let me find it. To February 7th, 2025 at the offense location of North Martin Luther King at or near the access road there in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Martin Luther King near the access road on February 7th, 2025?
Yes,
And at that time, did you fail to display a valid operator's license to law
Yes.
enforcement?
yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we'll defer the sentencing on this. You indicated, Mr. Lee, about 90 days.
Yes, sir.
So we'll defer the sentencing about 90 days out to.
You said 90 days?
Yeah, about 90 days.
Monday, June 15th.
So the deferred sentence will be set for Monday, June 15th at 1:30. So, Mr. Dallas, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Lee. This has been set for deferred sentence on Monday, June 15th at 1:30. You should provide any paperwork that you receive concerning that deferred sentence, so Mr. Lee can provide it to the city attorney. But that's when we've set your sentencing date on June 15th at 1:30.
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 25-292-702 or 701, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You should be all set, Ms. Dallas. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. On the iPhone, phone 13 in the car, can you please identify yourself? What's your name, ma'am? On the Motorola G Play cell phone, can you please identify yourself? On the Motorola G Play cell phone, could you identify yourself?
Devon Virgil.
Devon Virgil. All right, Mr. Virgil, you're here for your 10:30?
Yeah, I had difficulty hooking up the Zoom, but I finally got it. I watched the last few things.
All right, you stand by, you're in the right place. And then ma'am on iPhone 13, what's your name?
Janetta Brown.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Janetta Brown.
Janetta? All right.
Yes.
So Miss Brown, you're here for your show cause at 11?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, stand by. We'll call your case in a second. So do you want to call who has Mr. I don't know if Mr. Virgil's represented.
Yes, we represent them and we're ready to proceed.
All right.
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right. All right, so that's Devon Virgil.
Faith How do I turn this off?
Hmm?
How do I turn this off?
All right, Miss Urdalis, you can leave the Zoom courtroom.
I
We're all
don't know
set.
how to. I don't know how to.
All right. I'll put you in the waiting room for now. All right. So Miss Virgil or Devon Virgil, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 25-00398. Ticket number 25 L2923792. And ticket number 25 L2923791. That is the City of Lansing versus Devon Virgil. Will the parties please indicate their appearances for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Devon Virgil.
And sir, you are Devon Virgil, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Virgil?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I believe there's going to be a request for an adjournment, Your Honor.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? You're requesting an adjournment?
That is accurate, Your Honor.
All right. And what's the purpose for the adjournment request?
I believe it would be to attempt compliance, Your Honor.
All right. And do you have any objection to the request for adjournment, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Do we have a time frame of how long we need for the adjournment?
Would think the 28th.
30 days or so?
30 days should be-
All right.
It should be accurate, yeah.
The 28th is full plus this jury schedule.
Okay.
So we are now looking at May 12th at 9.
May 12th at 9 o'clock. All right, so we've granted the adjournment for compliance purposes. It's been reset for May 12th at 9 o'clock. So Mr. Virgil, we've adjourned this to May 12th at 9 o'clock for compliance purposes. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 25-00398 or the accompanying tickets, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Virgil, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right. Thank you.
Here's a. How about curious? That's a show cause. All right. So do you want to call the FTAs?
Yes, please, Your Honor. I think we've got Brian Davis. Is that?
Yes. We're on the record in 24 L2914481. That is the City of Lansing versus Brian Davis. This is the time set. It was set for 9 o'clock pre-trial. It is now 11:30. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
All right. I have that this Mr. Davis was declined court appointed counsel and will be representing himself. Set for 9 o'clock. It's now 11:30. It would appear I do not see Mr. Davis in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the physical courtroom. Nobody answers by that name in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
I have no prior failures to appear, Your Honor. We request a 48-hour hold.
All right. So a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in 24 L2914481, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you should be all set on that one. Then I have a Gary Tankway.
Yes, Your Honor. I represent Mr. Tangley.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00252 and 24-00253. That is the City of Lansing versus Gary Tangway. The parties please introduce themselves for the record. Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris on behalf of Gary Tangway, who unfortunately does not seem to be here either in person or via Zoom, Your Honor.
All right. This was initially set for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:32. I do not see a Gary Tankway in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the physical courtroom or answering to that name by that name in the hallway. It would appear that Gary Tankway has failed to appear for the City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, it does appear that Mr. Tangway has a prior failure to appear, so we would request an immediate bench warrant.
All right, Mr. Harris.
If the court is willing, I would request a 48-hour hold. If not, I understand, given the previous failure to appear.
I have it failed to appear on April 16th, 2024. On this, so we did place a 48-hour hold, and then we didn't, and then we've reset it for pretrial on March 10th. So at this time, I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture based on the defendant's prior fail to appear on April 16th. Anything else for the record in 24-00252 or 253, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, that's all on. That's all for Mr. Tankway, and I think that closes the morning docket, but for our show cause. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
It is, Your Honor. I believe
All
so
right.
as well, Your Honor.
And then we've got we got one sentence, and then another sentence on Williams. So Mr. Lee and Mr. Harris, you're going to be on those sentences.
I believe
Remy Lewis
is on
and
both of the sentences.
I'm representing on this sentence, Your Honor.
all right.
And if I can be here for the PDA.
Yep. And then there's an Elliott Love show cause. I don't know. And then Mr. Staples, there's a couple of code compliance hearings.
Yep.
All right. All right. All right. So we'll cause a show cause. Thank you, everybody, for your assistance this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I've got the first batch of exhibits for this afternoon. Do you want them now or do you want me to bring them back?
How about we wait and make sure that it's.
All right. I mean, if they show up.
It's
Well, yeah, I get all that, but just
Sure.
just in case,
Sure.
because that looks like a lot of exhibits to me.
It's quite a few. And it's gonna grow by about 6.
And sometimes Judge puts them in groups, so.
I have some of them grouped. Each one of them is not individual.
all right.
Okay.
All right.
Even with groups, there are still.
All right.
Because I think there are pictures, this goes back a long way. So there's
Right.
pictures from like August, September, November, just like.
Right. Yeah. How you want to interim this? The easiest way to do the.
I will, my plan is to basically do the foundation for all of the code enforcement officer stuff,
All right.
essentially simultaneously,
Okay.
and then we can reference them.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks. See you this afternoon.
Okay. All right. So we're on the record. I just let Ms. Brown in again. Lost her. All right, Ms. Brown, we're ready to call your case.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L28 72271 and 72. This is a code show cause set for Ms. Brown and no, she's not here.
Left her again.
Ms. Brown, is that you on the iPhone 13?
Hello.
Yeah, Ms. Brown, I don't think technology is working for you today. So we might have, no, she's not.
Also has a bench warrant. for
Yeah.
Failed to pay her income tax, I think it was.
Yeah, she needs to come in person. This isn't working out. Let's go on.
I'm not getting any reception inside of the building and I'm at work,
Oh,
so I came
all right,
outside.
Miss Brown, you're gonna have to appear in person or what, because this is a show cause. So I'm not gonna warrant you, but you have to appear in person, all right, ma'am?
Okay, so I can
Because
come
this
in
is,
when I get up.
this isn't, no, I'm gonna set it for a live in-person show cause. That'll be set for. Do you prefer an afternoon, since you're joining us by work in the morning?
Yes, I don't get off of work until 2:30.
All right, we'll set it for 3 o'clock then.
Okay, what day?
March 31st.
Okay, we'll set for show cause live on March 31st at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
So it'll be set for show cause on March 31st at 3 o'clock, and you should be all set, ma'am. We'll see you live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. This is a show cause concerning payment to the city of Lansing. So it probably would help you to make those payments before the show cause. All right, ma'am?
Sir, I can I say something real fast?
You can say whatever you want, but you shouldn't say anything about the facts of the case.
No, I'm just letting you guys know that I was off work. Only reason why I haven't made a payment because we was off work and I was trying to find another job until we started back working. And now that we didn't started back working, I'm just waiting to be able to get my money and stuff. And plus I was homeless. I had to find a house in December. So I just found a home and stuff and had to come up with money to be able to move. So that's why I have not made a payment, which I'm waiting on my taxes so I can pay it all in one.
So let's set this live for March 31st and we'll address those issues then. All right, ma'am?
Okay, but I have a warrant. So is the warrant going to be lifted off?
You're going to have to you're going to have to come in and take care of that warrant. No, that'll have to be live in person.
So it's not for this show cause?
No, the warrant is on something else, is my understanding. What's the warrant for?
It's for,
The warrant's for taxes.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you on March 31st at 3 o'clock. You should be all set, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402048. Will the parties please indicate their appearance for the record? Sir, you are Jaquarius Threadgill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Threadgill?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a show cause on this matter. It appears that you were show cause for today's date to appear on a debt of $225 to the city of Lansing. Do you need some additional time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir. I had 2 tickets with that. I paid one off and in the middle of February, and I had lost job. I just recently got a job a week and a half ago, so I'll be able to make payments.
All right, let's see what do we have because he said I have got $225 of December 23rd. Is there anything new on that? All right. Let's set a plan of payment to be made. So payment to be made to the city of Lansing. And let's let's extend it to, let's see, what's since March, April, May. We'll send it 90 days. So I'll get you a date in 90 days. So the $225 should be paid to the city of Lansing within 90 days. And that would be of what date?
Monday, June 23rd.
June 23rd. So all that, so Mr. Threadgill, you can kind of set your own payment plan to come in and pay on the $225 debt as long as it's all paid by June 23rd of this year, okay?
All right.
And by showing up today, you avoided a show cause, so you avoided a warrant for your arrest in this matter. So I'm going to quash any warrant, and you have till June 23rd to pay the $225 debt. If it's not paid by $225, if it's not paid by June 23rd, a warrant will be issued or show cause will be set. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you should be all set. You can pay online, in person, or at the counter by June, as long as it's all paid by June 23rd. All right?
All right.
You should be all set. Thank you, Mr. Threadgill.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24007444 and 24L2845442. That is the city of Lansing versus Elijah Arabjo. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? It would appear that Elijah Arabjo has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I do not see an Elijah Arabjo in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the physical courtroom. Nobody answers by that name in the hallway. This was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:44. So it appears that Mr. Arabjo has failed to appear, and the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. I will indicate that there was a previous fail to appear on April 9th of April 9th of this year. So that's all for the record in 240744 and the accompanying ticket of 24L2845442. Right, so we're on the record in docket 22018833. That is the city of Lansing versus Tyler Badgley. This is set for show cause hearing at 11 o'clock. It is now 11:45. I do not see Tyler Badgley in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or nobody answers by that name in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. And this was for a driving offense of allowing an unlicensed person to drive. I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. I do not have a previous fail to appear. So defendants failed to appear for show cause hearing. I've issued a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold on this ticket, on this file, 22018833. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03-496. That is the city of Lansing versus Joshua Hervatic. This show cause was set for 11 o'clock. It's now 11:46. It's come to my attention that Mr. Hervatic is still incarcerated and was not put on Polycom. So rather than issue a bench warrant for non-appearance, since it's not Mr. Hervatic's fault that he was not placed on Polycom, we're going to reschedule the show cause hearing. And we'll reschedule for?
April 21st.
We'll reschedule for April 21st at 11 o'clock. Does it say where Mr. Hervatic is? He's at the county jail?
Yeah.
So we'll reschedule for April 21st at 11 o'clock for the show cause for the non-payment of $150. That's all for the record in docket 24-03-496. We'll go to Mr. Lewis. All right, so Riley Crawford will call your case next. You can unmute.
Yes.
Yeah, we're having trouble hearing, so just, okay. So Riley Crawford, we're on the record in docket 2400520. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Riley Crawford. This is time set for probation violation arraignment, and I'll read you the nature of the allegations that have been made against you. It is alleged that by Jody Bayless, your probation officer, on March 4th, 2025, it is alleged that you failed to submit to testing per Compass drug screening, failed to test on January 27th, February 10th, February 16th, February 25th, February 28th, and the testing facility terminated services due to you missing more than 4 times testing. Do you understand the allegations have been made against you by your probation agent, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand you have a right to a hearing in this matter. You were previously represented by the Public Defender's Office in this underlying file. Do you plan to seek additional representation from the Public Defender's Office at your probation violation hearing date? And I would suggest this is probably that's probably a good thing to do.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to indicate that I arraigned on the new charge on the probation violations. It's going to seek the assistance of the Public Defender's Office. And that will be, so let me give you, I'll give you the phone number. You're going to have to reach out to them to contact the Public Defender's Office in order for them to represent you. And then I'll give you the date that we're setting for it. All right, sir?
All right.
So the Public Defender's Office number is, I have it here.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm here. I can speak with him in a breakout room rather than him
Perfect.
calling our office.
All right. So I'll place you, Mr. Riley. I will place you, Mr. Crawford. I'll place you in a contact with the Public Defender's Office in order to make. If you stay here, we'll place your room with the Public Defender, and then they can indicate whether they can assist you in this. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. The probation violation hearing is set for
let's shove it in next Monday at 1:30.
so it'll be set for March 31st at 1:30.
Okay.
And then if you stay online here, I will place you in a breakout room with a public defender in order to talk to the public defender. All right, Mr. Crawford?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So you're set for March 31st at 1:30. That's a week from today. And I'll put you in a breakout room when the public defender becomes available. All right?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Harris, did you have another case or did you just want to meet with him? All right. So once you join, we'll stick you in with Mr. Crawford. So, Mr. Crawford, I'm going to put you in room 1.
Okay.
And then we'll put your public defender in with that same room. All right?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're fast. All right. I don't think he's pushed the button. All right, let's go on. At least I don't think he has. You might have to, or he might have just joined in the hallway. Oh. All right, let's go on Remy Lewis. So we're on the record in docket 2102635. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Remy Lewis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Remy Marquis Lewis.
And sir, you are Remy Marquis Lewis, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. And you've had the opportunity, Mr. Lee, to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
I have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
One correction, Your Honor. On the first page, last line, it says that he has 11 children. That's not accurate. He has 10 children.
All right. All right, Mr. Staples, is there any restitution in this matter?
No, not that I've been able to locate, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Do we have a correct date for time served or days in jail, Mr. Lee?
I believe it's accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. So I've got what do we have for time served? Because there was a time that Mr. Remy was out and didn't meet with Miss Bayless. And that was on September 30th. I have credit for 67 days from Miss Bayless.
Yeah, it sounds about right, given
All
the
right.
age of this.
All right. All right. Allocution, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would ask the court to consider the fact that Mr. Lewis has participated in these proceedings to the extent that he has pled guilty to both charges on this file. He is the father of 10 children, and he does work and pay approximately $900 a month in child support for the benefit of those children. He does have some construction jobs lined up to and including with some family members. So he will be working as soon as he is released. He has already served 67 days. You would ask the court to honor the recommendations by the probation department and sentence Mr. Lewis for credit for the time he has served and allow him to get back to work so that he can provide for his children.
Thank you. Any statement on the file, Mr. Staples?
No, we would leave it to the discretion of Your Honor.
Is Mr. Lewis being held on this file, or does he have something else he's holding him on?
No, just this file, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I believe the probation report referenced a detainer out of 54.
Yeah, it does. There's a failed to display valid license on 54E, failed to appear. That's on the pre-sentence report. What's the status of that?
I can't see 54B.
So, yeah, 54B out of East Lansing is a failed to appear arraignment. I have that as a pending allegation. All right.
Magistrate did remand him for the sentencing on 120.
On 123. Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No.
All right. So as far as additional jail time, the credit is 67 days on the driving while license suspended and the reckless driving associated with this case. The court will order the defendant spend 67 days in jail. Credits given for 67 days previously served. On count one, the court will enter a fines of $200, costs of $200, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum cost fee of $50, for a grand total on that charge would be $525 on the count one. On the reckless driving, count two, $200 fine, $200 cost. I'll waive the crime victims' rights fee on that and the state minimum court cost fee on that for $400. So the total being $925. Both the reckless driving and the driving while license suspended, I will assume will be reported to the Secretary of State as an abstract of conviction. Is there, I'm not putting you on probation. I'm essentially, with the fines and costs, I'm going to refer to collections, any fines and costs. So we'll go other, and we'll refer the $925 to collections since I'm not putting you on probation. So it's referred to collections. Do you have any questions concerning the judgment of sentence, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you're all set. Your $925 are being referred to collections. So when you're able to get out, you should report to the collections department, City of Lansing. I believe it's one person right now on the 6th floor, and they'll set up. They'll work with you. All right. Otherwise than that, you'll be abstracted to the Secretary of State for both convictions. Do you have any questions, Mr. Lewis?
No.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Do you want clean judgment?
I think this one will do.
Okay.
I think so. Because I just put 900 for RTC at the bottom. But I gotta make sure I refer to the right. And I did not put him on probation. That one. Then we can go on Mr. Love. And that's a deferred sentence, right?
That is one of those ones where he
Yeah.
was referred to probation, did get probation, but had they listed something that they were monitoring.
And he has completed, but he hasn't paid fines and costs. Is that your understanding, Mr. Staples? I have a defendant has completed his class for the, but he still owes $225.
I don't have anything from probation on that. They didn't send us anything, but I have no reason to doubt the statement of probation.
Yeah, I don't know who wrote this. Who writes the RNJP show cause update?
Usually Emily.
Yeah, so it did come from probation. Yeah. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00329. That is City of Lansing versus Elliott Love. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Harris, have you had the opportunity? I don't know if Mr. Love, have you had the opportunity to speak with the public defender in this matter?
No.
All right. Let's see. That might be, I think Mr. Harris is on that. I think he said that he wants to. So, Mr. Love, let's hold off until we can place you in a room with your public defender. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then Mr. Crawford, are you done meeting with the public defender concerning your application?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you met with Mr. Crawford and he's free to leave.
Yes, one thing I do want to check, Your Honor.
Right.
When the PBA was being done, was there a bond ordered?
No.
Alrighty.
No.
Charles Williams?
No.
Yep, that was everything I need.
All right. And then did you want to meet with Mr. Love, Mr. Harris? He's set for show cause on a deferred sentence. I don't know if the public defender's on that.
Yeah, I don't believe we do those, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Love. So we have you here on docket 24-00329. That is a deferred sentence concerning, really it was looking for completion of a driver's rehabilitation course. And it seems that you've completed that. You still owe a balance of $225, Mr. Love, as a part of your deferred sentence. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So you still owe the $225, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that balance was due December 24th. So you completed the class that was part of the deferred sentence, but you still owe concerning the matter. Who do you owe? Who's that payment to concerning the class?
And if it's just his fines and costs, it would just be to the court.
Okay, I can refer that to collections.
It's not enough to send it to.
All right, so Mr. Love, I still have you owing $225 to the city of Lansing. You've completed the course. So what I'm gonna do for you, what I think we should do is probably set up some type of plan so you can pay the city of Lansing the $225. It's the outstanding amount for the deferred sentence. Does that make sense, Mr. Staples?
Yeah, I mean, if that's.
Because he's
his
completed
fines,
the course, but he's got,
I'm sure that's just his fines and
Yeah.
costs, yeah.
so you've got fines and costs associated with the, but you have completed the driving rehabilitation course. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's make, how realistically, how long to pay the city of Lansing the $225 that you owe?
2 weeks if possible.
All right. Well, let's do 30 days. Let's do 30 days to the city of Lansing. If it's not paid in 30 days, you'll just get caught in the show cause cycle, all right? Where it's not paid, so they show cause you, and then if you don't show up, we'll issue a warrant for your arrest. And I think you want to avoid that. All right, Mr. Love?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll set it for 30 days out to the city of Lansing. What's that? What day?
Excuse me, April 23rd.
April 23rd. So you have 30 days from today's date to make payment to the city of Lansing. That can be made online, by phone, or in person. You have a debt of $225. You could actually pay a quarter of that debt or half of that, as long as it's all paid by the $225 by the April 23rd date. You can set up your own plan, but it's all got to be paid in 30 days. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else towards the deferred sentence on 24-00329, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Love, do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
All right, you should be all set. Just make sure you pay by April 23rd in 30 days. All right, sir?
I have one question.
Sure.
Do I have to come down to the courthouse to pay these fines?
No, you can pay online on the phone, or you can pay in person. You have three different ways to make that payment.
Okay.
All right. All right. You should be all set, Mr. Love. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Staples, you said, is Mr. Williams here?
I think they're looking for him now. My indications are he's not, but I think they're doing one last sweep.
Charles. Here's Elliot. Yeah, here's the proof that he completed them. He throws money on it. Mr. Lee, were you able to have any luck with Mr. Williams?
I just spoke with Mr. Williams, Your Honor. He was under the impression that his hearing was on the 27th, so it appears there's been some confusion. If the court would allow, I would ask for a courtesy reset to next week. I don't think we need to belabor it, but there apparently some confusion about the date today.
60. So we've set this 60 days out for March 24th. Mr. Staples, do you have any objection to adjourning this 1 week for the deferred sentence?
No, Your Honor, I think it would be just a waste of resources if he's been in contact to issue a vetch warrant, so.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 20. You got Mr. Williams in here. So is he out in the hallway?
No, I talked to him on the phone.
Okay,
I called.
all right. All right, so we're on the record in 23 L2785231. That is the City of Lansing versus Charles Kevin Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Charles Kevin Williams Jr.
All right, this was the time set for deferred sentence. It was set a couple of months ago, and there seemed to be some inconsistency concerning what date it was. We have it for March 24th. We will extend a courtesy, as indicated by the city, a courtesy for a week to get Mr. Williams here. Mr. Lee's had been in contact with him. He indicated that there was some miscommunication concerning the presence, and we'll adjourn this deferred sentencing 1 week. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll adjourn the deferred sentence to March 31st.
I'm just trying to find it. 10 a.m.
At 10 a.m. All right, so Mr. Williams will get sent a notice for March 31st at 1616 Lion Street, but you may want to tell him to be here just in case. That was done. That was at the arraignment, the address he gave to Judge DeLuca. But we'll set the deferred sentence for March 31st, 2025 at 10 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 23 L2785231, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set on that. And then on so I think that takes care of our probations and our sentencings. Mr. Staples, if you want to provide Ms. Holden with any exhibits, make sure that the opposing party has it, and then we can go forward on that in the next 15-20 minutes.
Sure.
All right.
Got groups stapled together. I did not staple any of the pictures together. I assumed it would be easier to be able to reference them by an individual number, but if Your Honor feels differently, I think we can still introduce and
I can mark them however you would like. Mr.
Yeah,
Staples.
just in the order you plan on
that's-
calling during the hearing.
that's the order I gave to.
All right,
All rise.
all right. So just come get me when you're ready for the hearing.
Does defense have any?
You can be seated, thank you.
Does the defendant have any exhibits?
Mr. Addis, do you have any exhibits? Or Miss-
Yes, the witnesses were bringing.
Nope.
Miss Paris Scruggs, do you have any exhibits? No. Staples.
See you guys.
See you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day.
So there's two ticket numbers, but we're consolidating them?
Yeah, they are essentially they are the same. This is the same property.
I get. I just didn't know if there was a motion to consolidate on one of the days that maybe I wasn't.
No, I can, if you want to rip the tickets apart, so they can be
Nope,
entered separately.
nope.
that's fine.
I just need to know for logging
Yeah,
and marking purposes.
I guess I would have no problem consolidating. I don't know if there's. I think leaving them separate may be best at this point because there may be
Yes.
some conflict between the
That is
defendants.
totally fine. I wasn't here for a couple of these and I
Yep.
just wanted to make sure I was on board with everything.
So I do have some exhibits that I do want to enter.
Have you provided those to Mr. Staples? He would need a copy of them.
Copies for you, yes.
Okay, you can please give them to my court officer and we will mark them shortly.
You hit this one.
Yep, that's the
But-
first.
Just the first page.
Yep.
So that's all.
Thank you. Um, Chapter 203 is, I don't know, this needs to be marked as an exhibit, Wendy. This is just a copy of the statute on defendants.
It's up, if he wants to introduce it, I'll mark it, judge
Okay.
can make that determination. It's easier
Sure.
for me to mark it now than to stop everything and have to do all the fun stuff.
Understood.
So thank you. I may need you to walk me through some of these pictures, Mr. Staples, but I will do my best to identify them. Okay, Maggie. Yeah, I love of all things, so please make this out.
Since you have witnesses, do you have a witness list?
No, I turned in copies of the subpoenas to,
That's not a witness list. Mr. Staples, do you have a witness list?
The only witness the people would be calling is the officer, Steve Stockenhauer, Your Honor, who wrote the ticket.
Okay, thank you.
Or Your Honor, Wendy.
I get promoted once in a while.
and I'll only be calling 3 witnesses.
Okay, if the transcript is ever ordered, you will have to provide a witness list. If there's more than one. And Mr. Staples, you may have to provide a exhibit list
Certainly.
if we come to that. So these are basically all the same pictures on different dates?
Exactly. They're gonna
Okay.
be pictures of the same premises on different dates.
Okay, thank you, that.
And I think some will be from slightly different angles so as to show the whole property.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Yeah. Mr. Staples, on the other matter, the next Monday, you'll send up an alley when you have a moment.
Yep, it should be getting, I signed it at lunch and it should be getting sent up.
Thank you. As you can see, we will not have time for that problem now.
Yeah.
Mr. Staples, since Meg stepped out, would you be so kind as to come up here?
Yep.
Thank you. Mark those pictures on the homicide. I'm trying not to put it over anything important. Okay, I have 21 exhibits marked.
Sounds about right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mark these other ones.
Yeah, we told her she has. Because we don't have the information.
Wendy, I have some preliminary matters before testimony gets started.
Figured you did. Give me 5.
Yep.
Very well. So, yeah, it's because I think they scheduled it right
That's what she understood.
You just let me know when you guys are ready.
I just told Wendy.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, doke. You told her you were ready, or you told her you would let us know?
No, I told her we were ready.
Oh.
And then we have some preliminary.
Okay. Let me mute this.
So that's why.
5231 and 2400052221. That is a code compliance issue with the city of Lansing versus John Addis and Courtney Harris Scruggs. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Thank you. And sir, you are John Addis, is that correct?
John Addis.
Thank you. And ma'am, you are Courtney Harris Scruggs, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, this is the time set for a code compliance matter. My understanding is we're having a hearing today. Mr. Staples, did you have any preliminary matters to come to the court's attention before we get started today?
I do have a couple, Your Honor. First, the people would like to, I suppose the best way to say it is challenge the relevance, and this could be considered an oral motion in limine, if you will, of Ms. Stockenhauer and Ms. Seesberger as witnesses. Ms. Seesberger especially is the assessor for the city of Lansing. She has nothing to do whatsoever with zoning or code enforcement. She has no relevant information to provide on this matter. She is not an attorney. She cannot speak to the legal ownership of the property. Frankly, Your Honor, it is unclear what relevant testimony she could possibly provide. I know generally this would be a motion brought prior to the defendant's testimony, but given that this may be a lengthy proceeding and she is the literal city assessor, her time is very valuable, and we would like to avoid her being inconvenienced by being here any longer than possible. As to Ms. Stashwak, she is the zoning administrator. I understand this is being brought under zoning sections. However, she has no firsthand knowledge. She has not ever been to this property. She has no knowledge of these violations. And she, again, is not an attorney and is not qualified to either opine on the zoning statutes or Mr. Addis's ownership interest in the property. So again, I don't know how anything she has to say here today is going to be relevant. I know we filed a motion to that extent. I'm assuming Your Honor wanted to give Mr. Addis a chance at least to be heard.
Right.
But I honestly, under law, cannot find any reason how she could testify. Additionally, Your Honor, there has been extensive discussion prior to today's hearing and every other hearing about the contract and the agreement between Mr. Addis and Ms. Harris Scruggs. That still has not been produced to the people. And as this court is aware, court rules do require that any defense predicated upon a writing, that writing has to be produced. So I would ask that the court exclude any and all testimony about a writing not produced before the court and not in evidence.
All right. So I do have there was a subpoena for, so I'm indicating that neither one of those witnesses were one of your witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So Mr. Addis, did you subpoena those witnesses?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was the purpose of subpoenaing? First of all, let's go to Jennifer Seesberger. What was the purpose?
Her relevant testimony has to do with the ownership of the property. She maintains an exhibit, I think Mr. Staples introduced in part, and I introduced it more in its totality. It has to do with she can testify that this is the document that the city uses to determine who is the owner of the property.
All right.
And she can testify to that. She can
If she can, I don't know what she can testify to, but if she can testify to that, that would be your purpose.
Correct.
Okay.
And this BS&A printout.
All right. So, but that's the allegation that you're indicating is that she can testify to that on your behalf.
That's correct.
Okay. And then Susan, what is the purpose for Susan Stachowiak.
I've known her for decades and I haven't learned how to pronounce it either. Stachowiak.
All right.
Close enough. As Mr. Staples indicated, she's the zoning administrator. I'm asking her to be here and to testify as to chapter 203 of the zoning code, which is part of the code that she's been in the zoning office for as long as I can remember.
So the indication is that are you charged under that portion of the code?
That portion of the code prescribes things that the enforcement officer has to do. It also prescribes the fine that the court that's allowed to be.
All right, so in order to, so they both, Mr. Addis has a relevant purpose for each of subpoenaing them. I would say that they both can be on call. They don't have to be to sit out through the hearing. So if they want to leave you a number so we can get to them, especially I don't know how to say her name, so I'm not going to say it well. Jennifer Sisberger, we can use a code because that's Mr. Addis's, Mr. Addis's, and of course he goes second, he goes last in this. So so we can provide a number or contact for her to come in and testify. And then Mrs. Toshiak the same way, we can provide a number for her to come in. But of course the people would make their case first, and then it would be made by Mr. Addis. So I'm not going to quash any motions at that. We'll subpoena them. They can come in. If they can testify to what the indication, fine. If not, it's a little off center, but it would be, then we could entertain the relevance objection then. But Mr. Addis seems to think that they have relevant information. We'll allow the defendant to bring that relevant information. But I don't want to take up their time all afternoon. Okay?
I mean, Your Honor, neither of them work, or I guess Jennifer does work in this building, but Ms. Stachurek works. So it's going to be a while to get them here. I mean, I think if they're going to be called, yeah, I think they're just going to stay, Your Honor.
All right.
And I will say, our Exhibit 1, the BS&A report is just what Mr. Addis has provided to the city, and that could be that, like, it's just a property transfer affidavit essentially. So to say that Ms. Seesberger has any legal knowledge or able to testify on the property.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if she does or doesn't. We'll just see what she has to say about the information when it happens. So if they're going to stay, I would entertain a sequestration order so they don't see any other witness testify. Does either party have a sequestration order?
Your Honor, I don't think they're going to gain any information relevant to their own testimony, limited as it may be.
All right. I see there's also a code compliance officer.
Yes.
And I can invoke a sequestration order on him also.
He'll be the first and only witness for the people.
All right.
There's no need.
All right. With that understanding, I'm going to take the motion to quash any land contract that is probably not a part of this. This is a compliance issue, but I know that we've had mention of the land contract. I will await to see the case, and then I'll determine. The land contract would be between Mr. Addis and Ms. Scruggs, I would think. Yeah.
And I only say that because Mr. Addis has advanced multiple times to this court.
Yeah, we adjourned one time because we were going to get a lawyer here and we still don't have a lawyer here.
Correct.
So Mr. Addis, you are still not represented by counsel. Is that correct?
I talked with.
Is that a yes or no?
No, I'm not represented by counsel.
All right. And Ms. Scruggs, you indicated you were not going to be represented by counsel at this hearing. Is that correct?
No.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we'll go forward with the hearing with the understanding that we've adjourned this a couple times for counsel, and it doesn't seem to have taken place. With that understanding, I will invoke sequestration order if anybody asks. Okay. Nobody's asking for that right now, but you know your case better than I do. So if you see anybody that you want to invoke, we'll invoke it. With that understanding, anything else to be brought to the court's attention from the city, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Addis or Ms. Scruggs, is there anything you'd like to bring to the court's attention before we get started?
Only that I would like to cross-examine the code enforcement officer
Yeah.
after my witnesses testify.
Yeah, that's between you and who you subpoenaed. You can cross-examine that code, anytime they testify, okay? So if they testify, you can cross them. But as far as organization of witnesses, the witness will only take the stand once. They won't take the stand a second or third time in your case. They'll take the exam once, unless you can tell me a different reason why.
Well, I want him to hear the testimony of these two witnesses so that I can then cross-examine him
All right,
about.
I'm assuming there's going to be objection. The people get the chance to describe what their witnesses say. You get the chance to cross-examine. Then if you choose to recall, we'll entertain that when that happens. All right. All right. Anything else, Ms. Stratus?
No.
All right. Ms. Harris Scruggs, anything before we start today?
No, sir.
All right. All right. I will start. This is a hearing, so we'll start with opening statements. The opening statement will be just in a sense of tell us why we're here, and then we'll start going with the testimony. Mr. Staples, and you can have a seat now.
Certainly, Your Honor. I'll be very, very brief. We are here before the court today on a compliance enforcement action regarding the property located at 3424 Birchfield Drive in the city of Lansing, County of Ingham. The property will be further described in the people's testimony. Other than that, I think we would ask for permission to call our first witness unless defense would like to make an opening statement.
All right. And Ms. Stratus, is there anything you'd like to say in regards to opening statement in indication of a defense? This is a civil case, okay? It's not a criminal case. It's a civil case. Is there anything you'd like to say in opening statement in regards to why we're here?
Only that there's no question in my mind, there's no question that there's probably zoning violations at the property. The question that before the court, as far as I'm concerned, is how is it that I'm liable for the actions of Ms. Scruggs in these violations? I'm not here to contest the violation.
Right.
You know,
right.
Just looking at the document.
Your indication I think I can answer your question. In land contract, you deliver full title to Ms. Scruggs when you're paid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's why you're here, because you haven't been paid. So you've given what we call equitable title, but you haven't given full title to Ms. Scruggs because she doesn't own the property until you're fully paid. So the signing of the contract only says that you receive full title on a certain date. Have you received
the ownership transferred with?
No, it did only equitable title transferred, not full title. I think that's the misunderstanding we're having, but we're going to work it out with the hearing. All right. Ms. Scruggs, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court gets started?
No.
All right. All right. Mr. Slater, you can call your first witness.
Mr. Stockenhauer. The people call Steve Stockenhauer, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stockenhauer, you can come up here. And I'm going to have you spell and state your first name and last name for the record.
My name is Steve, S-T-V-E, Stockenhauer, S-T-O-C-K-E-N-A-U-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, go and have a seat. The recording is for the court recorder, so please project to the back of the room as best you can. And Mr. Staples, when you're ready.
Your Honor, first I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the BSNA website. The city maintains that lists two addresses, the owner and the taxpayer address for the property in question, 3424 Birchfield.
All right, so that is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. So there's a motion to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Addis, any objection to the motion to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1?
No.
Miss Harris Scruggs?
No.
All right, so People's Exhibit 1 is admitted in evidence, and then I will publish in way of eliciting information towards it.
Sure.
But Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 is admitted. You may proceed, Mr. Stevens.
Judge, his exhibit, I think, only had the first page of the BS&A.
Yeah, if you want to admit your second page, all of it, but that'll come during your case. Okay. All right, so I'll entertain any future, but you may continue, Mr. Staples. This is only one page is admitted Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 concerning, and it's 1 of 6. At the bottom, it says 1 of 6.
Mr. Stockenhauer, can you tell the court where you're currently employed?
I am currently employed through City of Lansing, Department of Economic and Development Planning. I am a code enforcement officer.
How long have you been a code enforcement officer?
Since October of 22.
Okay. And do you have cause to know the property at 3424 Birchfield Drive?
I do.
How do you have reason to know that property?
I have reason to know that property because I have been at that property many times through following up on complaints or visual notices of the violations of zoning and code compliance.
So are you the code compliance officer, I guess, then in charge of that area?
Yes, sir, I am.
So 3424 Birchfield is within your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you Mr. Stockenhauer. Actually, 1 second, strike that. Do you remember about when you interacted with this property for the first time?
I believe it was, I have the picture, I don't know the exact date, but it would have been back around 22 to 23.
Okay. And did there come a time in 2024, in the summer of 2024, when you authored some notices to that property?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what's labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. If you will review all of those documents briefly. Do you recognize those documents, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize those documents?
I'm the one that wrote them, compiled them into the system and sent them to Mr. Addis and Mrs. Courtney Scruggs.
And at the bottom of the second page of each of those, is there a name?
The bottom?
Yes.
Yes, as officer?
Yes.
That would be me, yes, sir.
And so it says Steve Stockenhauer.
Yes, sir.
And are these the type of records that would be kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, they are.
And are they made contemporaneously? Do you make them at around the same time you did the inspection?
I try and make them right after I make an inspection.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe we have proper foundation as to People's Exhibit 2.
Any objection to People's Exhibit 2 being admitted into evidence, Mr. Addis?
No.
Miss Harris Scruggs?
No.
All right.
Back up just what, is that a copy?
So is that an objection or is it a clarification you're asking for?
A clarification,
Okay.
because
So you should have this document if it's being admitted.
Correct.
So you've been given the People's Exhibit, the Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 document.
yeah, the question that I have was when I received these documents, the copies that I get say at the bottom, taxpayer copy.
All right.
This particular one.
So do you have an objection to 2 or not?
Well, I would object to it if that's not a copy of what he actually mailed.
Okay, so you're indicating that what your objection is that he didn't actually mail that copy. That would be your objection.
That's my question.
Okay. And so at this time, Mr. Staples, or if Mr. Stockenhauer knows, is this the copy that's mailed?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, it is.
Okay, there's your answer. All right, with that, any other objection, Mr. Addis?
No.
All right, People's Exhibit 2 is admitted into evidence, and I'll provide counsel. You can publish at your will.
Okay. Mr. Stockenhauer, can you read to the court? There are several sections that begin with a section number. Could you read those into the record for the court, please?
Just the section numbers or the whole?
No, the section number and then what the description of the violation or the description of the section is.
Section 1250.02.07 B number 9 prohibits the outdoor storage of vehicles, goods, materials, or equipment that is not directly related to or customarily associated with a residential use. Section 1250.02.07 A number 3 prohibits the outdoor storage of junk vehicles and trash. Section 1250.02.07 letter B, section 8, an accessory lot use of lot may include the parking of up to 4 operable vehicles or 1 operable vehicle or each licensed driver residing in the dwelling, whichever is greater. This includes recreational vehicles. All permissible vehicles must be parked in an enclosed structure and on an approved driveway that is hard surface with solid concrete in accordance with the requirements of the zoning ordinance pertaining thereto. Continue.
Yes, if you could just read up to the following criteria, this is going to be submitted to the court, so I don't want to belabor everyone's time.
Okay. Section 1250.02.08, a recreational vehicle is being parked in the front, side, rear yard at the property in violation of city ordinance. All recreational vehicles being parked or stored on a lot is being used for residential purposes must meet the following criteria. Recreational vehicles shall not be connected to sanitary facilities, shall not be occupied or inhabited, and should be locked at all times.
You can stop there, Mr. Stockenhauer. The court can.
And we do have noise next by a mic.
I'm not, I believe maybe the witness is hitting the mic as he's turning pages.
Just be careful on hitting the mic. It goes right to the court recorders. I'm not sure who's doing it, but you may proceed but I will see the exhibit also.
Yes, and then just quickly, Mr. Stockenhauer, if you could, in looking at all of these, each one has a compliance due date. Could you read those to the court, please?
Well, this one here would have been, violation date would have been July 24th. Compliance date would have been 8/7 of 24. This one here would have been a final violation correction notice from 7/24. Compliance date would have been 8/23. And then as there was another one sent, the violation date still would have been 7/24. The compliance due date would have been 10/3 of 2024, and that was the final violation correction notice that was sent.
Okay, and how long after the final notice do they have to comply?
If they get a hold of us, we can extend that and work with them. Typically, we like to have it done within 30 days.
Okay.
In this case, they actually received a little extra time because I was in training and taken out of the area. Once I got back to the area, then I went back to the proceedings.
Okay. And could I have that package labeled? Permission to approach.
You may. All right. So I'm in possession of plaintiff's exhibit 2, previously admitted. You may continue. Is the violation date on this one, sir, just so I get it, is July 24th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Stockenhauer, I'm now going to show you plaintiff's exhibit 3. There's 2 items there. And do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what are they?
These are 2 civil infraction citations that I wrote. Ticket 0523 was to Mr. Addis. Ticket 0522 was sent to Ms. Harris Scruggs.
And Is this something you do in the ordinary course of business?
If there's no compliance with our letters or no conversation with any of the defendants, then yes, then typically we go to a court compliance ticket.
And is this a court compliance ticket?
It is.
And were these written on or about or reasonably contemporaneously with the end date of the violations?
These were actually given another 30+ days. These were written on 11/26 of 2024.
But those were, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will rephrase. These tickets were written and submitted to the court on or about that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I believe that's proper foundation for People's 3, Your Honor.
Any objection to the admission of People's Exhibit 3, Mr. Addis?
No.
Ms. Harris Scruggs?
No.
All right, so People's Exhibit 3 is admitted in evidence.
And Mr. Starkenhauer, are the violations listed on both of those tickets the same we just discussed a moment ago on the correction notices?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. Permission to approach?
You may approach. Thank you, Mr. Staples. So I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 3.
Mr. Stackenhauer, I now have a whole bunch of pictures for you. Your Honor, I'm gonna do foundation for these all at the same time, as it's all gonna be the same foundation,
All right.
and then we'll talk about individual pictures. If you could just take a quick look at all of these, try to leave them in that order, and I'll give you a second to look over those.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay.
I've seen them.
Sure.
Plenty.
Mr. Addis, Mr. Stackenhauer, is part of your job in the ordinary course of business to take pictures of properties you are inspecting?
Yes, sir.
Do you do that regularly?
Yes. If we don't have a picture, then we don't proceed.
Okay. And these pictures are taken while you're on site, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're taken on the dates in question or shown on those photographs, correct?
Right. For our job description, we have all our photos are timed and date stamped.
And are all those photos true and accurate descriptions or depictions of the property located at 3424 Birchfield Drive?
Yes, sir, at various times over the years.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move to admit plaintiff's exhibits 4 through 21.
All right. So those are all photographs, admission of plaintiffs 4 through 21. Has counsel provided copies of 4 through 21 for you, Mr. Addis?
I'm not sure, but I have no objection.
All right, no objection. How about you, Ms. Scruggs?
No.
All right, without objection, 4 through 21 are admitted in evidence.
All right, Mr. Stackenhauer, let's start with what is labeled as People's Exhibit 4. Here, I can take them and hand them to you one at a time. That might make life a little easier. Then please make sure to be referring to only these, as these are what is coming into evidence. This picture is labeled, can you tell the court when this picture is labeled to have been taken?
This picture was taken at 10:32 on May 7th of 2024.
And what is it a picture of?
This is a picture of the dwelling at 3424 Birchfield, showing all the violations of the trash, inoperable vehicles, the travel trailer in the back, just basically all the violations that I have listed out here in the different sections of the zoning violation letter.
And to clarify some of that, is that red vehicle, does that appear to you to be a disabled vehicle?
It does appear to be disabled, that it hasn't been moved along with the one behind it.
And then the travel trailer itself also?
Yes, the travel trailer is pulled in forward and it hasn't moved, as you can see, over the course of time.
Sure.
The motorcycles for sure, the front fairing is tore apart. The custom build bike behind it, as of today, still does not have a front wheel on it. It doesn't have the handlebars, the tank. There's a lot of items missing on that particular vehicle to make it operable.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. So that would be People's Exhibit 4.
I believe so, yes. Mr. Addis, I will get this right eventually. Mr. Stockenhauer, I will now call your attention to what is labeled People's Exhibit 5. Can you describe what you see in this picture?
I see a lot of the same violations, the same motorcycles in the same spot. The red vehicle still has yet to move, nor the truck, the travel trailer, along with the trash and debris that is scattered throughout the yard.
And I'm sorry, when was this picture taken?
This picture was taken at 3:45 p.m. on August 8th of 2024.
All right. Commissioner, Your Honor.
You some in possession of People's Exhibit 5.
All right, I'm now going to show you People's 6. Can you let the court know when that photograph was taken?
This photograph was taken 9/13 of 2021. This is actually from a previous court case with the dwelling.
Yeah, actually, I apologize. I thought I had taken that one out. We will.
See, I'm not sure how.
Yeah, scrap People's Exhibit
6.
Yes, I apologize. I thought I'd gotten all of those. Then looks like we go from 6 to 8. I'm not seeing a 7, but we can roll with that. I'm going to show you what's labeled People's Exhibit 8. When was that photograph taken?
This picture was taken at 10:51 on November 26, 2024, which would be the same date that the tickets were written. And in here I see a violation for yard parking with the Tahoe. I see the same motorcycles there, the same custom bike, still with no front wheel. The red vehicle has not moved. The pickup behind it and the travel trailer is still there, along with different debris and trash into the premise of the dwelling.
Okay, and these pictures, I don't know if I've asked you on each one. These all have been depicting the same address, 3424 Birchfield, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 8.
I will now show you People's Exhibit 9. When was this photograph taken?
This was taken the same day at 10:52 a.m. on November 26th of 2024. This is a different angle of the dwelling, still showing some of the other debris that wasn't visible with the Tahoe parked in the front yard, and the debris that is in the right of way next to the Lansing cart.
People's 9, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 9. This is a photograph or a copy of the photograph of November 26, 2024.
All right, I'm going to show you People's number 10. Can you tell the court when this picture was taken and what it is a picture of?
This picture was taken at 8:04 a.m. March 3rd of 2025. This is a distant photo of 3424 Birchfield, showing still the same vehicles in the same spot. The travel trailer is still there, along with the disabled motorcycles.
Right.
Along with the debris in the right of way.
Sure. Your Honor, People's 10.
Thank you. I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 10.
And for People's Exhibit 11, when was this photograph taken? The date is fine.
Okay, this was taken March 3rd of 2025. This is a zoom up, a zoomed photo showing the debris in front of the travel trailer into the rear of the dwelling, along with the same vehicles in the same spot.
All right. I'm now showing you People's 12.
I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 11.
And can you tell us about this picture, please, starting with when, again, the date it was taken?
This was taken March 3rd of 2025. This is a close-up picture of the same vehicles in the same spot, along with the disabled motorcycles and debris scattered throughout the front yard of the dwelling.
People's 12, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 12. That's the photograph. It's been testified to.
And I've now handed you People's Exhibit 13. Can you describe what's going on in this picture, specifically in the front yard there?
In the front yard, you can see the debris is scattered around the trash, the same vehicles in the same spot. You can see debris piled up behind the painted pallets that is stacked up on the front porch. You can see the debris and trash that has flown, actually came down the steps and into the front yard of the dwelling.
That's People's Exhibit 13 I'm in possession of, which is a photograph from March 3rd also.
Sorry about that. Now I'm going to show you plaintiff's 14. And if I didn't, let us know what you see in that photo.
This photo was taken, I took this photo, Ms. Harris Scruggs had called me at one time concerned about the vehicle, the Ford pickup that was in the front yard, in the street, that there was any issues with that. I just took the picture to show that you can see the trash and debris that was underneath the truck, that it either fallen out of the truck or came from the front of the yard, but it was, you can see the top of the box and the carton.
And this is somewhat directly in front of 3424, then just a little to the, I guess.
Yeah, but if you look over top of the pickup truck, you can see the left side of the house and you can see the same red vehicle in question.
Okay. People's 14, Your Honor.
All right. I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 14, a photograph taken on March 3rd, as indicated by the witness.
And People's 15, date, and let us know what you see in that photo.
This is a photo that was taken March 3rd. It's a angle from the neighbor that would be north towards Holmes Street. Get the view, you can see the debris and trash still piled up on the back side of the painted pallets. And you can see the debris and trash that has made its way down the steps and into the front yard. You can also see that the same vehicles, motorcycles, are sitting there along with the red vehicle in question.
All right, I'll trade you for People's 16.
I'm in possession of People's Exhibit 15.
Can you tell the court the date on this photograph?
The date on this is today, March 24th of 2025. This is a view looking down the sidewalk pointing towards Holmes Road. You can see the debris is still sitting in the front in the right of way, and the vehicles are still the two motorcycles. It's obviously didn't catch the third or the fourth. The back end of one of the motorcycles is there, but the custom motorcycle is still sitting there. And you, as I said, you can still see the debris in the right of way.
Your Honor, plaintiff 16 through 21 are all going to be from today, March 24th.
All right.
Yeah, today's the 24th, right? Can you describe, I've just handed you people 17. Can you describe what that shows?
This is a close-up standing to the south of the premise on the west side of the street. You can still see the vehicles are still in the same spot. They haven't been moved. You can see the debris and trash piled up underneath them. And you can still see that there is debris on the front porch.
And then what about that custom motorcycle? I think you've described it in the past, but this is
the custom motorcycle still has no front wheel on it. So that would make it an inoperable vehicle.
Plaintiff 17, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm in possession of plaintiff's exhibit 17.
I'm going to show you plaintiff's 18. Can you describe for us what you see in plaintiff's exhibit 18?
This is taken from the west side of the premise, which would be the rear of the dwelling. And as you can see, there's a lot of debris, a lot of trash, indoor furniture, who's deteriorated pallets back there. It's hard telling what's all buried up in there. And you can see that that would make the travel trailer inop because you couldn't get to there to hook it up.
And when you say inop, what do you mean by that?
Inoperable.
Thank you. People's 18, Your Honor.
Thank you. So I'm in possession of plaintiff's exhibit 18, taken on today's date, March 24th, concerning a photograph of the residence.
This picture was taken today. This is the front of the dwelling, basically standing in the center of Birchfield. As you can see, there has been some improvement as far as the trash and debris that has been removed. Still, there's some remaining. Still have the debris and trash in the right of way, and the vehicles have not been addressed.
I'm in possession of plaintiff's exhibit 19.
Yes, Your Honor. Can you describe to the court plaintiff's exhibit 20?
This is a picture that was taken today by me. This is, again, standing in Birchfield in front of the neighbor to the north, going towards homes. And as you can see, a lot of the debris is still there. Still, like I said, there has been some improvement, but there is still a lot of debris and trash.
And then finally, plaintiff's exhibit 21.
This is a more taken back, trying to catch the whole scene. This was again also taken from the rear of the dwelling to show the debris and trash in the back of the dwelling.
That's
People's
plaintiff's
21.
exhibit 21.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Stockenhauer, we've just gone through a fairly conclusive set of photographs dating from May of 2024 to just today, when you took the last set of pictures. How would you say the condition of the property has evolved over that time?
It's pretty much stayed the same until here lately, and then there has been some improvement.
And when you say some improvement, how would you rate the property today? Is it close to compliance?
No.
And would you say, in your opinion, as a, scratch that, have you received complaints about this property?
Numerous complaints.
Okay, and would you say that, how would you describe, especially I want to refer to the accumulation of what appears to be trash, garbage, waste, not necessarily human, but the assorted kind of milieu of waste in the backyard? How would you describe that?
As far as
I guess, is that of any special concern to you as a code officer?
well, yeah, if you have piles of stuff like that, it does harbor rodents, and so it does become an unsanitary condition. Not only for that particular dwelling, but any dwellings that are in proximity of it.
And then what about concerns for things like fire or the ingress and egress of the property itself?
Right, of course, all the extra combustibles would, make it extra, put a little extra word on EMS if they had to do any kind of work.
And let's see. Regarding the parking of the recreational vehicle, what are the requirements in general for where a vehicle like that can be parked?
The vehicle could be in the driveway. Obviously, the the dwelling doesn't have a concrete driveway. But through zoning, we would allow that because we're not gonna make them pour a concrete driveway in there. But it should be set to where it's at least adjacent with the dwelling, not to the backyard, so they can be used as urban camping or recreational uses in the back in the city.
Are there any other violations on the property that you know of or that you have witnessed that were not represented in the photographs or that you have not already testified here to today?
The only other thing would be something that, we would consider down the road would be an exterior violation for the deteriorated eavesdrops and the paint, stuff like that. But as far as the violations, I think we have the zoning and the trash letters that we've sent have covered them.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any questions concerning the Mr. Stockenauer and the and compliance issues? Mr. Addis, any questions of this witness?
Yeah.
So you can ask a question, just don't make a statement.
So how long have you been a code officer?
I think I answered that, but October of 2022.
22, so 3 years or 2.5 years. And you have a working knowledge of the code, the zoning code?
I do.
Are you familiar with chapter 203 of that zoning code?
I don't have it right in front of me. What specifically are you looking for?
Do you know what chapter 203 of the zoning code is?
And I'm asking you what specifically you're looking for, Mr. Addis.
Whether or not you're aware of your responsibilities under chapter 203.
I am aware of my responsibilities, and that's why I wrote the violation.
All right. So I'll show you.
So you're showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1?
Correct. But I don't know if it's.
What number was placed on there?
I can't tell.
I guess a point of clarity, and
Is that a marked exhibit or?
I did just see it, yes. This is not part of the zoning ordinance. This is chapter 203 of the Lansing codified ordinances. So that may help clear up some confusion.
All right, so so do you practice under that ordinance or another ordinance?
We practice under the zoning ordinance.
Okay, all right. So do you know anything about this ordinance?
I'm not, I can look at it and see
So
if I've.
let the record reflect that the exhibit, what number's on that exhibit, sir? Exhibit C, is that C? C has been handed to, it's not been moved for the admission, just to see do you practice under that ordinance? Do you write, are any of these tickets written under that zoning order, that ordinance?
So the zoning violations would be written under what we have as a city ordinance. And I believe the zoning administrator could probably answer this question better than I can.
Okay, all right.
Yes, I'm gonna register an objection here, Your Honor. If Mr. Addis is going to refer to an ordinance and make a legal argument, that's not appropriate to be done with a witness. That should be
Right.
made as argument.
Right.
And actually should be made via written argument pursuant to the court rules.
Which Mr. Addis, which we may still do, but
Sure.
This witness is cross-examination. He can't answer those questions. Yeah, I think that's what he's indicated.
I guess that's why I was trying to see what your question is.
This is exactly why I wanted to cross-examine after the
Right.
zoning administrator.
We're all set. He just can't answer those questions because it's not what he,
I
it's not
don't
what he
understand
practiced
the
under.
question, Your Honor. I guess if he could be more specific.
So does Exhibit C have anything to do with the zoning ordinance that he was written under that yourself or Mr. Scruggs was written under?
It's my understanding that chapter 203 spells out the civil infractions and the remedies having to do with the zoning ordinance.
So
it's part of the zoning ordinance.
Okay, so your answer is yes.
I mean, I would object to that, Your Honor. Chapter 203 has to do with the form and contents of municipal civil
Right.
infraction. So he is, I think, attempting to make a procedural argument. at the moment.
I believe that's the case, but so the question is predicated on the fact that that this officer wasn't 125.002.07 is written under a separate part of the ordinance. That is the responsibilities of the officer in regards to that section of the ordinance. Is that correct?
That's included in this,
All right.
his responsibilities before he issues a citation. And it also, and specifically having to do with zoning
Right.
violations.
I understand, but that's the heart of your argument.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, it also spells out the fine.
Right, I can read that. You should refer to it, but yeah, we're in a cross-examination now. So you should limit your questions to what was testified to in direct examination. I think he's indicated that he can't answer procedural questions concerning the zoning ordinance.
Okay. I forget which number it was. The People's Exhibit number 1, the BSA. The BSA.
So here's People's Exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Who's listed as the owner of the property?
That would be Miss Courtney Scruggs.
As you were looking into this, did you find that there's any other owner of this property than Miss Scruggs?
I did not, or they would have received a citation.
What part of the code allows you to issue a citation to more than one person?
The code says I can write a citation to anybody that's associated with that dwelling.
What part of the code is that?
When I write up a citation, I look who the owner is and who is associated. That would be the owner and the taxpayer. And in this case, the taxpayer would be Mr. John Addis. So both of those, when I write my citations, that lets me know that both individuals are associated with this particular dwelling.
So there's a part of the code that spells out that you can do that? That you can hold more than one person responsible for the situation, for that?
Yes, you want to let everybody know.
Part of the code, what
You
part
want
of
to
the
let
code?
everybody know who's associated with this dwelling, that there is a citation.
If you have a part of the code, Mr. Addis, you can provide it to the court.
Try to.
No, there's no part of the code that I know of that allows him to.
All right, then you can
Fine.
make that legal argument later. I think he's answered your question.
How many of the vehicles that are on the property do I own?
I have no idea.
Do you know if I own any of them?
I do not.
The personal property and trash and debris, does any of that belong to me?
I have no idea who it belongs to.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. It doesn't matter who the property belongs to. It matters where the property is.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Ask him a question about this.
Absolutely. Now, whether you can answer the question is one thing, but you can ask him a question about that.
Did you issue this?
I did.
And
that, when you're referring to this, what exhibit are you referring
this
to?
is exhibit.
It should have a letter on it.
Looks like A.
Okay, so exhibit A is being, the question is prompted on the exhibit A. And the witnesses indicated that they are responsible for issuing under Exhibit A. Is that a fair statement, Mr.
Yes, sir,
Stocknow? Okay.
Your Honor. So in this supplement to the ticket, how much is the fine?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Addis is asking questions about the contents of an exhibit, not yet in evidence.
Right. So do you want to move for the admission of Exhibit A?
I want to move the. Right. I thought
Okay.
that
Any
was-
objection to admitting people's defense Exhibit A?
I would allow it, I will say a clarification as to the exhibit before it may be considered for admission, Your Honor. This is not an infraction or any sort of legal document. This is a supplement provided by the code officer to the court and to the parties involved to better explain what is going on. So this is not a charging document. This is not a document any of the parties are bound by in any way, shape, or form. With that clarification, I would, I suppose, not object to the exhibit.
All right. With that clarification, Mr. Stockenauer, the Exhibit A is pursuant to what the Assistant City Attorney said. This is a clarification of concerning the charges?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. With that understanding, Exhibit A is admitted into evidence.
And in this document, you're asking for a $500 fine?
I'm also asking for compliance. Stipulated
Absolutely.
above with 14 days, which hasn't happened either. That is a recommended action. And in this case, I did recommend both because this has been going on for such a long time.
What authorizes you to recommend $500?
That supplement paper that I fill out, that they authorize.
So this
me
is
to fill out.
arbitrary. You just.
Well, you can make the legal argument to me. Mr. Stockenauer is not responsible for, but you're making a legal argument, so a process argument. You can make that. You can show me what codes that Mr. Stockenauer should be aware of.
Well, that's back to 203.
But then you can provide me with the copy of
And
the
that's
section.
why we'll need him back after.
No, he's going to testify once. He's not going to testify again.
I understood you to say that I could, after my.
Well, you're asking all the questions, so I think
can recall him.
you can recall him, but you can't ask the same questions. You're seeming as you're entering your exhibits now.
This exhibit, yeah.
And this exhibit that's already been admitted.
That's the same one.
Oh, so is that Exhibit A or B that you're talking about?
This is a copy of what you.
All right, Exhibit A is, so that's what we've been referred to as Exhibit A.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I was asking is, what is the authority for you recommending the $500?
Sorry, objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
That's a legal process question, and you can make that argument without the witness. The witness is indicating that he has authority to do so. You're saying he does not.
I'm not saying he does or doesn't, because it's for clarification. What's the?
You're going to have the chance to write down anything you rely upon in your argument.
I'll just say I'll have more questions for him after.
There may not be a next time. So you should ask him any questions you have right now. Your legal argument is that Mr. Stockner does not have the authority under the code to write you. That's different from the questions he's asking because he's already indicated that he's written. So I understand that. You're going to spell that out for me in writing with what sections you're relying on or not relying on because they don't exist. That's what's going to happen here.
So did there come in signing the ticket that you?
So that'd be that'd be People's Exhibit
People's
3.
Exhibit, whatever. No.
Yeah, People's Exhibit 3 is a signed ticket.
When you sign that, well, did you sign the ticket?
I issued the ticket.
Yeah, it's printed. Both his names are on the.
Is it signed?
I don't have a signed copy.
Is the ticket signed, Mr. Stackiner?
There is nowhere on this ticket for me to sign it. As I am not the complainant's signature, and if I had a complainant, that would be where it would sign. The officer's name is printed per the direction of how to write the ticket.
As I understand how the ticket is issued, your signature is to be signed under the
Objection,
under
Your Honor.
penalty of.
Sounds like
penalty of
that sounds like
perjury.
a statement, not a question.
So
He's indicated he did not sign the ticket, that a complaining witness would sign it.
the reason that question is that, so by signing the ticket there's part of the ticket where a signature would go. Is saying that you're, to the best of your knowledge and belief, that the violator is responsible for this. Is that a fair statement?
Your Honor, objection. I mean, I think at this point, we're debating on whether or not.
I want to clarify with Mr. Stockenauer, the complaining signature would be the complainant who complains to you.
Yes, Your
And then you go and write the ticket.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then if you're able to get the complainant signature, you get the complainant signature. That would be somebody who lives next door, somebody who complains to you.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, it would be if Mr. Addis complained about Mrs.
Correct.
Scruggs, then he would have signed that ticket, then he was
All right.
the complainant.
That's the usual course of the clarification.
And I would posit, Your Honor, that the code enforcement officer affixing their name to the citation, whether in cursive or in printing, has the same effect on them swearing as to the information in the ticket.
All right. So with that understanding, that is my understanding of the complaining witness would be no different than somebody who's complaining as a person, then you write the ticket concerning it, concerning the matter. So I understand Mr. Addis's argument, but I understand your answer too.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's sure not my understanding.
But you're free, you're gonna be able to brief your entire case for me, Mr. Addis.
So. Again, 203 in play here. So you believe that I'm responsible along with Ms. Scruggs?
Asked and answered. Objection, asked and answered.
Okay. He has answered that. He does believe you're responsible. He's written a ticket and you're listed as a taxpayer as part of 913 West Homes. So if you're indicating that you're not the taxpayer, you shouldn't be on that.
No, I am the taxpayer. That's not the issue. Did there come a time when you had a change of mind about whether I was responsible for Ms. Scruggs' actions?
There was a time, yes, Mr. Addis, that you came in and voiced that you should not be on the ticket. That was brought up to my representing attorney from OCA.
Objection, Your Honor. This is getting into attorney-client privilege.
Somewhat, but it's his privilege to waive if he wants to. So, but you're indicating you're testifying here today.
I'm under the direction of my attorney.
Okay.
So that's a sufficient answer, Your Honor, without getting into,
Right.
if you want him to answer further, I would request a recess to speak with him about his privilege.
He's indicated that, that he's under the guise of the city attorney concerning his testimony here today.
Did you tell me that you were going to consult with your superiors and get me dismissed from the ticket?
I would refer that question to my attorney.
Yeah,
No, did you tell that?
But no, I think he said he referred, I think he already answered your question. He did. He consulted with his superiors and he's testifying today at the direction of the city attorney.
So my question is, did he tell me that he was going to recommend that this be quashed, that I be offered the ticket?
Right.
This is what I'm asking him, did he tell me this?
I'm going to object to relevance, Your Honor. Mr. Stockenhauer is not in the position to make the determination ultimately. As he said supposedly to Mr. Addis, he would have to ask his superiors. It's wholly irrelevant whether or not he thinks maybe there's some reason Mr. Addis shouldn't have gotten this ticket.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer the question. Did you tell Mr. Addis that there may be some going in and looking at whether he belongs on the ticket or not?
Your Honor, Mr. Addis did come in. I spoke with Mr. Addis at the front counter and in our office. He asked to be dismissed, to have his ticket dismissed. I told him that I would take that under consideration and I would approach my two superiors that I have in my office with their direction, directed me to Mr. Staples, who Mr. Staples at that time, being the attorney, took it and kept Mr. Addis on the ticket.
Right.
I do not have the direction as a code officer, as a sworn code officer, to decide who is going to come to court, who is going to have a ticket dismissed. All I can do is ask as an officer. I gave Mr. Addis my word. I followed through with my word. The attorneys took over, and now I am under the direction of Mr. Staples, my representative attorney.
So did you communicate to me that you were in agreement to having me?
Well, it's kind of irrelevant at this point, whether he agrees to the ticket or not is there's a relevancy question, but I'll allow it. I mean, at some point, did you communicate that to Mr. Addis?
That I agreed with him. Mr. Addis doesn't believe that he should be on the ticket because he's a taxpayer and not the owner. I can agree that yes, he is a taxpayer. That's a true fact. Whether he should be involved with it or whether he should not be
It's a legal
involved with
question.
it is a legal question, and that's not up to me as a code officer. I wrote the ticket to Mr. Addis and I wrote the ticket to Ms. Scruggs based on the fact that they both are affiliated with this dwelling.
Right.
And all I'm looking for is compliance.
Right.
This could have been handled a long time ago if compliance would have been done and we wouldn't be here.
No argument about that.
Okay. But you're in, I mean, Mr. Addis, you have the land contract with Ms. Scruggs. So I'm assuming part of that land contract is that she's to comply with any local ordinance or regulation. Maybe it's not, because nobody's ever seen it.
It's not.
All right, well then that's why we're all here. That's exactly why we're all here. Because nobody's ever seen the land contract. So what we have is you as the taxpayer and you have equitable title you've given to Ms. Scruggs, and you're still on the list because Ms. Scruggs doesn't own the property until you're all paid off. She can't sell it unless you say it's okay and you
That's
resolve
not true.
it.
She has the right to sell it anytime.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does.
And with your okay.
No. No,
So you don't want to be paid for it?
She has the right.
No, you don't want to be paid for the property, because I'm sure Ms. Scruggs would like to hear that right now on the record.
No, she owes for the property.
Okay, then she can't sell the property, can she?
Yes, she can.
No, she can't, because you own the property.
She can sell her interest in the property.
I don't know what that means. So you're just, nobody's seen a legal document, nobody understands it. So yeah,
Well,
Yeah, I get it.
To
You're part of the
sat-
proof.
to satisfy the court.
No,
What
I'm not.
what I'll do is when I call Ms. Scruggs, I'll introduce the land contract.
All right.
So that you'll be able to see.
Well, I'm just saying, it's part of your proofs today. So you have an understanding. I don't, Mr. Staples has been asking for the land contract for the last 2 months and nobody's ever seen the land contract. Nobody's seen it.
My belief is that the reason the land contract is not recorded or a memorandum.
It has to be recorded.
Because it's confidential. For me, it's a confidential contract.
It's for you. You have to record a land contract for it to have any enforcement. You have to record a land contract.
No, you don't.
All right. Well,
You don't have to record, but I think
then it's just a contract between yourself and the person.
and it's, again, I'm not gonna get into it, Your Honor, but
Well, so do you have any further questions for this witness, Mr. Travis?
I guess the bottom line of where I was going with this is why weren't the charges dropped?
I think he's answered that.
I'm gonna object to asked and answered.
I think that's beyond his authority. I think that goes to a legal argument. Mr. Stackenauer is just the person who writes the charges at the direction of the city attorney at this point.
Well, when we can get into 203, you'll see that
you're going to be able to write a whole big brief on 203.
Understand that.
But it's your legal argument, and you're going to inform the court what you're depending on for your legal argument. I mean, that's the way courts work. I just don't take what you're saying. I'm going to give you the opportunity to put the statute, what you're relying on, in order to indicate that what the inferences you made is Mr. Stackenauer does not have the authority to write the ticket. I want to see it in writing. I want to see what you're relying on, because what you're doing is indicating that the city code is not reasonably written. I'm going to give you that opportunity.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well,
I'm saying 203 has some direction for him.
You're going to be able to show me 203 and it's all in all its entirety.
As we get this stack of witnesses, we'll have 203.
All right. Well, that doesn't change the fact that you're going to have to place. I haven't seen Ms. Stackowitz testify, so let's see what she has to say. Do you have any further questions for this witness?
No further questions at this time. However, I reserve the right to question him again after.
All right. That reservation is denied at this point. Ms. Harris Scruggs, do you have any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes.
Okay, you may continue.
It states in here that 4 operable vehicles or 1 operable vehicle for each licensed driver resident dwelling. Do you know how many people are living at 3424 Birchfield Drive at this moment?
No, I don't have any idea.
Then how do we know that there's not 1 person per vehicle?
Well, there may be one. Have you contacted me and said that you have 4 people in there? I have had no contact with you other than 1 voicemail and 1 return call.
When we went to court in 2021.
I was not involved in 2021.
This wasn't, you weren't involved with it, but my property was. And then at that point, the same vehicles were in the driveway and had no problem.
So you're making a statement or you're asking him a question he can't answer? Because he was not involved in any litigation in 2021.
One other question was the recreational being parked in the front or rear yard. How is it parked in the rear yard? It is still in the driveway.
It is on the back side of the dwelling.
It's approved driveway that you guys approved in 2017 for a rental. When it was a rental in 2017, it was approved driveway and is in picture. Sorry, I don't have them in as good order.
So do we have a picture of what you're discussing?
Yes, I'm trying to find it, sorry. I guess there is no picture showing where the driveway does end, but there was a garage back there at one point, and that's where my driveway ends, is where the garage was. He can testify that there was a garage there,
Alright.
and that the driveway goes all the way up to the garage.
So that's not a question of the
So
witness.
no,
Okay.
so your recreational vehicle you're counting is the camper, right? That's the one you're
Correct.
counting is wrong. And then I don't know which picture, this one. You state that the motorcycle here has no front wheel. Can you see or state that it has a motorcycle, it has a motor or is working?
I can tell you that it's inoperable. I'm looking at the same
Yes.
picture. You have no fuel tank on it. You have no front wheel.
How does that count as a recreational vehicle if it
It
is
doesn't
just a
count
frame?
as, but it's an operable vehicle.
It's
So
not
somebody could,
operable.
so it's non-operable, just as the zoning ordinance
So
says
I
it's in
can have
violation of.
those removed. Those two can be removed, no problem. And then you said the camper was inoperable because of the fencing, but the fencing does show that can be removed easily for my camper to be removed out
I
of
didn't
there.
say the fencing. I said the debris and trash that is piled up in front of it.
But you said it was inoperable, but it is.
Okay.
It can get out
How
of
would
there
I know that?
by crossing private line, I guess. I mean,
I'm not,
You have pictures that you cross private lines.
I never once crossed private line.
Private property stating that you're on private property.
Over here, this one you're
And
talking
then-
to?
This shows that you were on private property getting these pictures.
I don't know where you're talking about it, but I have the same
Because-
rights as a mailman. And if I can see it from the Plainview site, then I have the authority to walk back to it.
So if you can see it, you have the authority to walk into
Objection,
it?
Your Honor. This is a Fourth Amendment legal argument. This is not.
Okay.
What?
I just was curious, though, he's on private property getting these pictures, then you should be able to know.
All right, so the allegation is under the civil, but that's a criminal argument. That's not a
No,
civil
I got you.
argument.
No, I understand.
Do you have any further questions for this witness, ma'am?
You state that the purple motorcycle is inoperable. How can you prove that? Because I have two pictures that show that it's changed positions. I have pictures here saying it's facing that way. And then I have a picture here that it's facing the other way.
I don't believe I said it was inoperable. I said I have a picture with the front end.
They do both move. All the bikes do move that are not under the tarp. They are operable, so they are a vehicle. And under a vehicle consideration, one per person. 3 bikes.
So are you making a statement or are you asking him a question?
I don't know.
I would like, am I allowed?
Just.
Never mind.
All right,
Free direct, Your Honor.
free direct.
Mr. Stockenhauer, is there a permissible amount of inoperable vehicles per person in a property?
There, as the ordinance states. Says that have all inoperable vehicles removed and have the number of operable vehicles reduced to 4 or to the number of licensed drivers residing on the above referenced property.
I guess my question might have been a little cute, Mr. Stockenhauer.
Sorry.
Can I have one inoperable vehicle per person living at my house? Can I have any inoperable vehicles on my property?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the plaintiff?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more. I forgot in that little flurry. In that supplemental form we talked about, those are just what you're requesting essentially our office to seek from the court. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That's not a binding on our office. That's not this is the only thing I'll take. That's your top, this is my ultimate goal, right? That's just what that statement is.
Those are recommended, and the reason that sometimes they're recommended on both is if you could look at the history that code compliance has dealt with this particular dwelling over the years. At some point in time, obviously, the letters, the notices on the front door, they just don't seem to work sometimes. So sometimes if we can get some other stipulations inside there, sometimes it'll help with compliance down the road.
So I guess that would be more equatable with a maximum penalty. Like, you know, a misdemeanor could be up to 90 days or up to $500. So you're asking for compliance or a fine of up to $500.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the city?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're excused for purposes of this hearing. Mr. Addis has indicated he may want to recall you, but I have not heard any of the testimony. So at this time, you're excused. I may be calling you back in order for any type of rebuttal testimony, but you're excused at this point. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any further proofs from the city, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Does the city rest?
The city does.
All right. Mr. Addis, do you have any witness you'd like to call today?
Yes, I'd like to call Miss Susan Steckowitz.
All right, Miss Steckowitz, you can come up here.
Are we pronouncing your name correctly?
That's fine.
All right, and you're going to pronounce your name for us, so you can come right up here.
Yes, sir.
All right, please state and spell your first name and your last name for the record.
Susan, Susan Stachwiak.
Stachwiak.
Stachowyak.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, Ms. Stachwiak, you can have a seat. Any type of microphone goes right to the recorder's ears, so please project as best you can. All right, ma'am. All right, Mr. Addis, you may proceed with your first witness.
Thank you for coming. You're the zoning administrator for the city of Lansing, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you worked for the zoning department?
On September 5th, it'll be 25 years.
All these years that you and I have dealt together, I've never heard you say your name until just your last name until just now. So I've never known how to pronounce it. So you are very familiar with the city's zoning code, correct? Yes. Including chapter 203.
Chapter 203 is not a component of the zoning ordinance. It's a separate ordinance. It's separate from the zoning ordinance.
But it addresses some things.
The zoning ordinance makes reference in the penalty section or enforcement section that a violation of it is a civil infraction. And then the city has a separate ordinance that deals with civil infraction, which is 203. So it's referenced in this one. There's a lot of other ordinances.
So I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit C, which is a copy of the of that you made for me.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I enter this as.
So you're referring to this as, it says chapter 203, multiple municipal civil infractions. And what you've indicated to that the city has its own civil infractions. Is that what we're dealing with here?
That's what that is.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with the city ordinance on civil infractions. Any objection to Exhibit C being admitted in evidence, Mr. Staples?
I guess my only objection would be to any questioning relating to the exhibit once it's entered into evidence. It's an ordinance, it speaks for itself. Ms. Stachwiak is not an attorney and is not a person empowered by the city charter or in her position to interpret city ordinance, especially a legal ordinance that has nothing to do with zoning.
Well, she's the zoning administrator. I think it's fair to ask her questions about the chapter 203, 203, and her interpretation of it over the last, I don't know, 20 years, over 20 years. So.
Could you ask him to please quickly?
Yeah, I'd have to ask, it's going right to the recorder's ear, so don't kick the table. because it goes right to the recorder's ears.
I'm sorry.
And if nothing else, it's painful.
I'll be more careful.
All right, so I'm gonna admit People's Exhibit C. I will give you back the ordinance and you may proceed, Mr. Addis.
Will you read paragraph 203, 3C? I kind of highlighted.
Yes.
Make it easier for you.
It says each citation shall be numbered consecutively and shall be in a form approved by the state court administrator. The original citation shall be filed with the district court. Copies of the citation shall be retained by the city and issued to the alleged violator as provided by section 8705 of the act.
So the code enforcement officer, Mr. Stackenauer, must cite the violator in the ticket.
I have no.
In the citation.
If I can make a statement,
Sure.
I don't work on the enforcement end of things.
Right.
I administer the ordinance, but we have a team of code enforcement officers that handle the enforcement end of it. They send the notices, they issue the tickets, they work with the city attorney's office. I don't work on that end of things, so
So you
I
can't,
don't deal with this, so I don't have, I'm not familiar with this. I'm reading.
But
what you
that,
gave me
that,
just
right,
now.
but that, isn't that what that?
no, now that's interpretation. I can read that.
Okay.
So to the best of your knowledge,
You want a copy?
I've got a copy. You just admitted one into exhibits.
Oh, I just
Yeah,
wondered
that-
if you wanted to read it. Okay. Will you please read 203, 3D?
Objection, Your Honor. If he's just gonna have her read a section of the ordinance and then ask if she understands how it works, she's very clearly just explained she has no experience or knowledge in the actual enforcement and doesn't apply this ordinance in her everyday
It does sound a lot like a legal argument.
Yeah, so I mean, I think at this point, if the purpose is just to read the statute speaks for itself. If he's going to ask her if she knows firsthand, I think she's already testified that she doesn't.
So with that understanding, if you're asking her just to read the legal document, we have the ordinance and I can read the document.
Well, the purpose in reading it is to, have it here. And of course, one of the reasons I want to have read whatever questions for Mr. Stackenauer is in response to this, because this ordinance is.
But she's only reading the document. I can read the document. That was your question. Would you please read the document? I can read the ordinance.
Yeah.
She can't interpret the document. But she can read the document, but I also can read the document. So I guess that's the heart of Mr. Staples' argument, is that if the document exists, we can all read it because it's subject to a legal ordinance. But the interpretation of the document, that's left to the lawyers and the judges.
I guess in addition to that, Your Honor, the asked and answered part of my argument is that the witness has pretty clearly enunciated that she does not write these tickets and she does not know these things. So any question of, do you know how this is supposed to be done, has already been answered. She's answered.
I think
no.
this was part of the relevance arguments of that she can read, she knows the ordinance, she works with the ordinance, but there's some relevance objection as to what you want to prove. And I think that's the difference between what the witness is indicating and what your legal argument is, which is what you're going to end up briefing for.
Well, obviously, this is spelling out the duties that the code officer, enforcement officer,
That's
thinks
your,
that he has to do.
that's the interpretation of the ordinance, but I can read the ordinance. So you're relying on the ordinance to indicate that the code officer did not comply with that.
possibly that he didn't comply with it.
All right, I want to make sure, because I'm trying to save you a lot of writing. Because right now you're entering in, all right, I'm relying on this statute to indicate that the code compliance officer did not comport with this. And that's why the ticket is somehow unlawful or illegal and can't be proven. That is the charging document is the ticket. So if we're going down that route, I need to know, because that's different than just the poor witness who's sitting here trying to interpret the ordinance. That really, it's my job to interpret the ordinance, and your job to make your argument.
Are you aware of anything in the zoning code that allows someone other than the owner of the property to be responsible for violations of the zoning?
The zoning ordinance doesn't address that type of thing.
So there's nothing that you know of.
No.
But when you said that type of thing, what that would be a part of the compliance issues?
The ordinance doesn't address who the code enforcement officer is to write this.
Okay.
It doesn't get into.
All right, thank you.
Is there anything in the zoning code that you're aware of that allows the enforcement officer to cite and fine more than one person for the same violation?
The zoning ordinance doesn't address that period. It doesn't address who you write the tickets to. It simply states that it's that a violation of the zoning ordinance is a civil infraction, and then it references ordinance 203.
One last question. And what is the prescribed fine according to this for a first offense violation of this nature? It's on page 5.
According to this. It says first offense, $250, no, $150, first repeat offense, $250, and the second repeat offense, $500.
So first offense is $150.
That's what it states
Right.
here.
And then it talks about repeat offenses.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination of this, any questions of this witness, Ms. Harris Scruggs?
No, sir.
Any cross-examination of this witness, Mr. Staples?
Just very quickly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Statuick, do you have any firsthand knowledge of the conditions at 3424 Birchfield?
No, when I received the subpoena, I went on our records and looked at the photographs that were introduced here. That's the extent of my knowledge of it.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Addis, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Ms. Scruggs, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Does the city have any questions for this witness? Can this witness be excused?
No, she may be excused.
You're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance
Thank you,
today.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would ask that Ms. Statuick be allowed to leave since Mr. Addis has not indicated
Absolutely.
any-
You're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your
so
appearance.
much.
Thanks, Susan.
All right, Mr. Addis, you may call your next witness.
Can we get word to Miss
Seisberger?
Can we get word to Miss?
I think she left a number with me.
Yeah, she left me her phone number.
All right. So yeah, we'll call her as a witness now, so we should contact Ms. Seisberger.
Yes, if you can.
I think he's gonna allow you to, Mr. Addis. I don't.
Yeah,
think I
so I'm gonna call her you can call her as a witness. So we're gonna get her here for you.
Yeah, no, I think Megan, can you call her and let her know?
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just to tell her to get here for Mr.
Come
Addis.
down and I'll.
I'm gonna use my office phone.
All right. That'd probably be the easiest, so Mr. Addis might get caught in the cycle of what is the loop of Lansing.
Okay, while we're waiting for Miss Talk about a hard name to pronounce.
Seasburger,
Seasburger.
She says cheeseburger, yeah.
essentially.
I'll call Courtney Scruggs to the stand.
All right, Ms. Scruggs, you can come up here. I'm calling the co-counsel, you're calling the co-litigant in this matter. So please raise your right hand. Please spell and state your first name and last name for the record. What's your first name and last name?
Courtney Scruggs, Kortnay, Scruggs, Scruggs.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the affidavit, I'm sorry, I just swore you in to swear a warrant. So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, you can have a seat. Once again, we may interrupt some of your testimony if we get Ms. Seasburger here. We'll put her on the stand just to coincide with her schedule, but we can get some questions. The microphone is for the recorder, so please project to the back of the room when you're ready. Mr. Addis, you may proceed.
What is your home address?
3424 Birchfield Drive.
And how
Lansing,
long have you lived there?
Since 2017.
Do you own the home or are you renting?
I own it.
The city attorney provided pictures of vehicles and personal items at your home. Do you know who owns these vehicles and personal items?
Yes.
Do I own any of these
No.
vehicles and personal items?
No.
You're buying the home on land contract, correct?
Yes.
Give us about 5 minutes or 10 minutes and.
Out here?
No, you can stay right
okay.
here. Yeah. I just hate for you to leave and then come back.
No problem.
I'll show you a copy of this land contract. Is this the land contract you signed?
Your Honor, I don't have a copy.
Yeah, and we've been asking for a copy of that for about 2 months now, Mr. Addis. So we should make a copy
Well,
for.
my arm's twisted hard enough that
Well,
I don't like to do it with it. I don't.
Well, there's some
get
argument to be
people,
made. There's some argument to be made that I don't get to see it at all. Because you've not complied with any discovery or anything. At the last minute, you're saying, here it is, I'm going to admit it today. And the court doesn't have to review anything. I don't have to allow you to publish. You don't get to publish it or admit it because Mr. Staples has been asking for that document. I've got it in my notes at least twice that we've been here.
And if I could be heard, Your Honor,
Sure.
I don't think, and this looks to be an actual land contract, sized land contract. I don't think this court is going to have time to meaningfully review this today and apply it to I mean, this is really, really last minute. I'm not going to object to receiving a copy of it because I think
you should have a copy.
I think
of
it clarifies a lot of our questions as
Right.
to who is responsible here. I'm just at the 11th hour is after you've subpoenaed witnesses and had people sitting here all day is not necessarily the time to finally be.
Well, this is what we're going to do, okay, is we're going to make a copy of the land contract because I really believe that Mr. Staples should have a copy of the land contract because a lot of this litigation is tied to that. And we've been asking for it for at least a couple months, okay? Miss Harris Scruggs, I'm going to remove you and have a new witness because we have a witness here. So I'm going to remove you. We're going to call you back. But we're going to provide Mr. Staples some time to see the land contract. So, Mr. Addis, if you will provide that to Miss Slaviak, my court officer, and then she'll make a copy for Mr. Staples, and then we can move to admit it if Mr. Staples upon his objection or no objection, depending. That probably won't take place today.
Well, I have extra copies.
All right, so you have
and I want to point out, this is no different. Introducing this now is no different than introducing the other stuff.
But you've had a copy of the other stuff. We've never had a copy of that.
We gave both parties all of these last week, or last time we were here, and you gave them back to
Yours,
us.
but in mine, there was no issue with introducing
But
two.
Mr. Adams.
Yours are statutes
Yeah.
and a copy of a publicly available webpage.
Mr. Addis, I know this is all new to you, but we don't have trial by surprise here, okay? So Mr. Staples has been asking for that land contract and you have not provided it. You are providing it today, and I'm gonna give some time for Mr. Staples to review the land contract so that we know why we're here. You just can't admit it, or else I don't admit it. I won't admit it, okay? I'm assuming Mr. Staples wants to see it and wants to, but I won't admit it. I don't get to see it because not until there's not objection, because we've been asking it for at least 2 hearings, at least 2 hearings.
Your Honor, I think I have a potential solution, if the court will hear it. I think this is a trial that can somewhat be or a hearing, I guess, that can somewhat be bifurcated.
Okay.
There is an issue of whether or not there is a violation on the property. And there is a separate issue of who ultimately is going to be held responsible for the, I guess, financial ramifications of abatement should this court order it.
Right.
I think there's no problem moving forward today on the question of whether or not there's a violation on the property. I think proper evidence has been admitted and they can call their witnesses and testify. I think it may make sense to then hold a separate hearing on ultimately who has to pay.
Okay.
So I think a bifurcated hearing system may simplify some of these things. It might simplify if Mr. Addis needs to provide additional briefing. All of that can be handled at a later date. I think we could, if by bifurcating those issues, I think we may have a more streamlined schedule for the court.
That makes sense to me. Mr. Addis, what you're indicating is you shouldn't be part of the suit. Okay, that's what you're indicating.
Day one.
Ms. Harris struck correct, but you haven't provided us any of that information in a civil hearing. Okay, this is a civil hearing. It's not a criminal hearing. Okay, so you have to provide evidence, especially if it's asked for, and you haven't provided any evidence that's been asked for. Okay, so Mr. Staples has provided you with copies. Now we have a copy from Mr. Staples so you can review it. So we're going to go forward. We're going to go forward on the violation itself. Is there a violation exist? And then we can bifurcate any legal question you have concerning your own whether you should be a part of the suit or who's responsible for paying. Okay, because right now the city's saying you're jointly and severally liable, which means that both of you are responsible. And I don't know, that might be in the terms of your land contract. I have not seen it. Okay, with that understanding, let's call our next witness so we can get her on and get her off, and then we'll go from there.
Yes,
Then we can get Ms. Sparks back on.
Right.
just a second, Jan. I guess if we could clarify, are you calling Ms. Seesberger as to the factual allegations of the violation?
Are you calling Ms. Seesberger in regards to the ordinance that it was written under?
No, I'm calling her to testify as to who the owner of the property is by all the city
Let's go ahead,
records.
let's call her. We'll give her some time and we'll call. But if you, ma'am,
It
if
won't
you
take
can't,
long.
if you can't answer the question, just indicate you can't answer the question.
I can only testify to what I have on.
All right.
Right.
All right. So, all right. So Ms. Seesberger, I'm going to have you spell your first name and your last name for the record.
Jennifer, Jennifer, Seisberger, Zeisperger.
All right, Jennifer Seisberger, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you can have a seat. And Mr. Addis, when you're ready, you may proceed. I just warn everybody, don't forget, anytime you kick the microphone, it goes right to the court recorder's ears. So please be careful. You may proceed.
Thank you for coming. You're the city assessor for the city of Lansing.
Yes.
And it has the assessor, you're familiar with the BS&A website.
Yes.
What's that used for?
That is a public access to the public record that our office maintains on properties.
Okay. And let's see, the city introduced an exhibit 1, just a partial of the BSNA. So I have as one of my exhibits. Is this a printout of the BSNA?
That appears to be, yes.
Okay, and that's exhibit, what are we referring to?
Looks like a defendant's exhibit DXB.
B, thank you.
Thank you. Who is listed on the report as the owner of the property?
The owner is listed as Courtney Scruggs.
Did Ms. Scruggs provide a transfer affidavit in order to be listed as the owner?
I believe that is the document we received in order to process and change the owner information on our records.
What else would she have had to provide your office?
For transfer of ownership, we typically get a copy of the land contract or document that transfers the ownership along with the transfer affidavit.
Does your office track the sales data for?
Correct.
For the properties? And in the exhibit, the BSNA, will you tell us I don't know how to ask the question. When you turn to the sales history part of this is what was not included with the Mr. Staples. Does that reflect the sale to Ms. Scruggs?
It does show a land contract sale from Addison Associates to Courtney Scruggs in May of 2019.
Thank you. Did Ms. Scruggs also file for a personal residence exemption?
According to my records, there is a principal residence exemption on this property.
And it shows on the BSNA that it's 100% owner occupied?
It does, and according to my records, it was Ms. Scruggs that applied for it.
And that request was approved and she's been getting that. Is there anything else required in order to qualify for the personal residence exemption?
You have to own and occupy.
Own and occupy. And so you're satisfied that your office is satisfied that she is the owner occupant of that property?
So she has proven to our office that she is entitled to the principal residence exemption under ownership and occupancy under the General Property Tax Act. That is not fully definitive of ownership.
Thank you. Was there another document filed with your office having to do with how she bought it, or she's buying, it shows in your records that she's buying on land contract?
That's correct. The instrument type of transfer was land contract.
So your office also requests, in order to have the personal residence exemption, either a copy of the contract or that a memorandum of that contract is recorded at the county. Is that correct?
That's not correct. We are required to see a copy of the land contract in order to grant the principal residence exemption. It does not have to be recorded.
The land contract doesn't have to be. In this case, there was a memorandum recorded.
That's not sufficient to obtain an exemption. You have to provide a copy of the land contract according to the law.
But a copy of that memorandum
We
You-
received a
you
copy
have-
of it on record.
That it was
It's
recorded at the
recorded.
county, the property's in her name. Thank you. One more question. Does the code compliance office have access to the BSNA records?
It is a public website. Everyone should have access to it.
To the public, but certainly the code compliance uses that information that your office maintains.
I'm sure many departments, many people use my data.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Harris Scruggs?
Just one. Does the BESA or the
BSNA.
BNSA show a copy of the land contract in public?
No.
Does the city have a copy of that?
It-
Does it, is it on a record? If I come down to Mason, is there a copy there with it?
No, I did not see one in my records.
That's my only question.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Staples?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, Ms. Seesberger, are there any terms required to be in a land contract for your office to accept it as a land contract to get a principal residence exemption?
It has to be in recordable form.
But is there any words, phrases, paragraphs that need to be required? Are you an attorney?
No.
Do you have any legal training? Have you ever written a book on real estate?
No, well, no, not on real
So-
estate ownership.
So the way the law says you have to see copy of a land contract to give someone a principal residence exemption. Does that mean you have to understand what the relationship between vendor and vendee is?
No, I do not.
No further question, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused, Mr. Addis?
Couple more questions. You just stated that there's some law or ordinance that requires you to have a copy of the land contract is,
I believe what you're asking is for the principal residence exemption. The law requires that I see a copy.